How's it going, everyone? I think I see the stream open. To another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Aristil.
And Voicel, and no Fern, because Fern is off on an impromptu holiday. Lucky for some. The rest of us are going to stay here, wallowing in our own filth and attempting to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, the best place to communicate with us and with other listeners to the show. You can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description in the YouTube archive. Though, with the change in leadership at Discord, who even knows how long Discord is going to be viable?
Yeah, if they start paywalling enough basic features, we'll have to look at moving somewhere else, but we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, it's been taken over by the guy who used to run King. So, yeah, it's going to turn into Candy Crush.
Yeah, don't know how long we're gonna survive on it, but we'll keep trucking, take the hits as they come. So, on the show this week, we have Mine and Balls week. I have a couple games to go into, and that I can talk about. Vol has whatever he did this week, and we both have the new ZZZ quest. And in the meantime, we're going to be trying to learn new weapons in Monster Hunter on the fly by just pushing buttons.
Yep.
After you post the
No,
quests,
So, it's in Monster Hunter, as you can see, it is currently the Blossom Dance Festival. So there's a whole bunch of festival events and festival rewards going, as well as a new song from the Diva and new things that you can farm up from the event quests, plus various other things like barrel bombs that shoot fireworks and so on.
yep, and a whole lot of daily quests to do. A lot
Yep,
of
they
games
speed
have
up
an events on them.
largely speed up the grinding process. Although because the dailies for the duration are refreshing. Well, I say dailies. The bounties are refreshing every day during the event. It is a good time to get a few of the hard to acquire heavy ionospheres.
Try and get your base in game set maxed out, or keep a few in reserve for. I think you're gonna be upgrading. I didn't want to grab the Mr. Fruit Circuit. What are you doing?
Right, we need to kill the little sacrets as well, and they're usually around near where Shuwu is in the start of this event fight. I don't see them this time. Maybe they've migrated elsewhere on this map. Well, we can always go and look for them later.
It'll take us 5 seconds. Plus them. Oh,
Right, I don't actually know how to use this weapon. Whoa. And I don't have any stamina management. Whoa. I have done zero practice. Oh no. He's just beating the crap out of me.
oh, I found the Guardian circuits. They're here.
It's like my health bar's constantly got the warning you're about to take a lethal hit thing going on it. Oh my goodness.
Live with heavy weapons. I can't escape.
Well, I
Oh,
can't escape with light weapons either. I have not any idea what's going on, but I just press the dodge button and most of the time nothing even happens.
oh that's boys just having a grand old time throwing down. I think I broke his leg by accident because he was in the way. So yeah, me and Vol this week. I don't know how your week was work wise, but mine was the early week was quite rough, but later in the week it calmed down a lot, and I was in Thursday and Friday and was able to get quite a bit of gaming done. But you appeared just to be fighting the Zulu. Oh, no, I'm not. Checking the cats.
Oh my goodness, I cannot maintain critical distance for this. I should probably have looked up what the controls were beforehand because I can't make anything happen that I want to. And I just got my freaking fishing rod out again.
Oh, I got stunned.
Accidentally sheathing my weapon as well, which doesn't make me very happy.
All right, we should probably find some baby circuits. Trying to pick up the drop monster part. Slicing pod. I'll go, but I needed to get that wyvern cocoon.
Can't ever have too many cocoons.
Yep. So yeah, Vol, your week too.
Well, it wasn't very busy all told as far as work is concerned, but that's kind of number one, it's relative, and number two, it's sort of a different kind of busy when you've got to try and figure out what happened while you weren't there and clean up any mysterious mistakes that have been made in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, I've just antagonized a bunch of sacrets. So I basically don't have many specific things to talk about outside major topics that have already been. Why did I sheathe my weapon again? I don't understand what's causing all these sheaths to happen. Is sheath a different button on bow?
That's 4 out of first circuits for
I have no idea what's going on here. How does this even freaking work? I'm just staring at the tutorial buttons in the corner of the screen, and like there's no relationship between the buttons I'm pressing and what's actually happening. And they keep changing, but it's not like the moves are changing, it's just the button you press to get the same move out changes, which is asinine.
Yeah. My biggest problem with Monster Hunter has always been its control scheme. It's just a franchise problem. I don't know why they feel the need to A, not allow you to rebind the controls, and B, have some of the most ridiculous key combo binds.
Goodness me. Anyway, I really can't focus on anything. So if I was using a normal weapon, maybe I could, but I can't think straight. because none of these buttons seem to do what I want them to. So let's see. Starting at the bottom, nothing new for Blue Archive this week. Rage's Jaw is Gregorius, which is always an absolute nightmare and a half because that's how Gregorius do. He wants you should suffer. But the main problem with Gregorius is the comical size of the difference between extreme and every other difficulty. So basically, you can't move up unless you're hardcore into the game. You're just going to get stuck at extreme, and that'll be all she wrote. But they released the PV for the next chapter of Decagrammaton, which just made me a little bit incredulous that it seems to me that they are once more placing the fate of Kiverso squarely on the shoulders of the game's development department. Because what could possibly go wrong, right? Where the heck do I have my fishing rod out again? You know what? I'm going to put whetstone on the bar so that I can't do anything, since I can't get my whetstone out with a bow. In theory. I could be wrong. I appear to be doing no damage, and my shots are just passing through the monster instead of doing any damage. And I don't know why. It says press circle for arc shot, and I press circle and it does spread shot. Why is Monster Hunter?
I do not know, Sam. I am.
I'm dying because I'm not even looking at the monster. I'm just looking at the corner of the screen to try and work out why the buttons I'm supposed to be pressing keep changing.
Oh, I'm not even looking at those. I'm just pushing buttons, kind of hoping something works.
Well, the thing is that if I know you're not much of a bow player, but if you just press buttons on the bow, literally nothing happens. You'll just take your weapon out and put it away over and over again. So you're not going to accomplish anything that way. He's going to eat me. He's hungry. And my weapon is now no longer out for some reason. Oh dear. I put my weapon away again for no adequately explained reason. Oh my goodness, this is so dumb. This was a terrible idea. I should have at least clarified what the buttons do before attempting to do this.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm
Well,
sometimes.
the only thing required of you is to hit the monster.
But
You don't have to do freaking fighting game button inputs just to get anything to come out of the end of your bow.
but I mean, I push buttons and I press and hold buttons, and they sometimes do different stuff. And sometimes it's a bunch. It's like a bunch of repeated bonks that do fairly small numbers, and then there's the big bonks, and they do the big numbers. And I'm
I
starting
don't know
to
where
try.
my sacred's going. It ran in the opposite direction to yours.
No, mine is trying to about face. Nope, now it's going down.
Okay. Like on my map, I see your icon sometimes moving backwards from the direction that you're facing.
Yeah, my circuit's kind of retarded.
I think everybody's is. I've been trying to get freaking arc shot to come out for this entire fight, and it hasn't yet, and it's just a 1-button input, and it just won't come out.
Does it have to be done with a type of ammo loaded or with special or
No.
after
No,
another
it doesn't.
input?
No, it doesn't.
Does the stick have to be in neutral?
You have to do it. You have to do it while doing something else. I just haven't been able to get it to actually stick. I mean, it's not a good move. Like, nobody uses it in the meta. I just want to use it.
All right, hang on. Coming in hot. I'm coming in real slow, but I'm coming in hot. Oh, I hit the barrels.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. Get the bow out. We'll try the bow again. I'm rather astonished at how much of a change there is between World and here. Like, there's no aspect of the bow is similar. Everything is completely different. Why is he attacking me? I haven't done any damage to him the entire fight.
Oh,
Oh, he died. You
He
did
did.
literally 99% of the damage because I don't think I hit him. Good grief.
No,
How have they managed to make this weapon so incredibly unintuitive?
hammer's still intuitive. It's a bonk stick.
Okay, so you get to arc shot by holding down both triggers simultaneously and pressing circle. It just won't tell you that.
Okay.
Of course, holding both triggers down and pressing circle means you can't aim. Who designed the controls for this?
Stealth clog
How
grip.
many hands do they have?
Probably the same person that decided the default control scheme in Devil May Cry should put gun on triangle.
Good grief. Anyway, so yeah, Blue Archive mainly previews this week. The Highlander twins have been released, I think, released or announced, one or the other, for JP server. They're closing the gap between the global and JP server, so eventually they will come out on global with a shorter time delay than
Oh,
previously.
that was a gold crown Zuwu.
Yeah, it's always a gold crown Shuwu. But yeah, there's lots of people super excited about that because the twins are extremely popular, and I'm going to neglect to ruminate on exactly why.
I mean, the Artsu Archive video is really cute.
The what now?
The video by the dude from Korea who puts out little animated shorts with the characters. It's really cute. He uses all the in-game stuff. He doesn't do any animation himself, but cute little short music videos set to Blue Archive music, showing how adorable all the chibi models are, and they look really cute in their boss fight.
Well, if that was what the fans of the twins were after, that would be one thing. But I'm pretty sure that they are the least elements.
Look, that is what I'm going to choose to believe. Deep down, I know that is not a true statement. I have taken the truth. It is there. I'm not going to throw it out, but I am going to lock it up in a vault in the back of my mind and not think very hard about it. It's kind of
Anyway,
like the Kyoka situation.
Yeah. I had completely forgotten about that. Now it's back. Thanks. But yeah. So leaving that one alone for now. Moving on to Genshin. So Genshin had their preview for the next major chapter. So most of the preview was about story matters. It was only a 40-minute show, so it was one of the smaller ones, not one of the big ones. but it was mostly talking about things that are going to be happening story-wise. So the next patch is going to be basically our quote victorious unquote return to Mondstadt to see everything is basically gone to pot. And Albedo is responsible, or at least he's being held responsible. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going down there. Of course, they were carefully revealing exactly enough to tantalize and not enough to inform, because that would be the point. There's basically been no movement on the VA situation as far as who's going to be featuring in 0.6. So, it's not going to affect me. I still think that people should just be using the JP voice track because all the voices are still there. It's just much better for storytelling purposes in that context. But it's basically going to be a silent movie if you're
It's
using the Ian
it's
voice track at this point.
it's been like that for the last several patches. It's a big reason my motivation has died down to play. Um, but and I can't make myself just swap voice tracks at the drop of a hat in any game. Like I can't go from Japanese to English or English to Japanese when I get familiar with one language. It's too uncomfortable and jarring for my brain. I don't like doing it. It's why it was so obnoxious for me to do it in Star Rail, even though I could not stand the English in that game.
I mean, I learned my lesson and just don't use English ones, because for every one English dub that is passable, there are like 25 that are not. So why bother? I'm not going to waste my time. But yeah. So there's not that much in the way of other sort of important happenings there, like optimizations and that. There's a few, like they're restructuring their talent and constellation tooltips because they've realized, probably due to feedback, that they have reached a level of density that makes them completely impenetrable even if you're not Aristeel and you do want to read them. Like they're way over the line at this point. You can't use them.
Yeah,
So they're basically restructuring them to be way more laconic and having all of the critical stuff have like basically hyperlinked callouts, so you can get further explanation by clicking on, let's say, a particular underlined word which explains a character specific concept, and then so the explanation of how that happens breaks out from there. So there's this sort of dual problem at the moment where they will either use heaps of character specific skill terms that make no sense without full context, and you can't see full context because you're looking at skill description for something else, or they will embed everything in one big wall of text, and so you can't tell what they're talking about because there's too many things to pass simultaneously. This is in theory to address both of those problems to some extent. Now, the demonstration tooltips that they showed are still extremely verbose, but they're not like unusable. They are arranged in such a way that you could more reasonably interpret them. So hopefully that'll be a step in the right direction as far as that's concerned. They have expanded the functionality of the treasure compass, because before it did not allow you to locate those Natlan Warriors challenges, and this basically meant that if you couldn't track them down, the most valuable chests in the game were all locked behind those, and you basically had no way of finding them. And I know that there's still at least one or two in the game that I've never found, despite the fact that I've spent literally hours upon hours upon hours milling around Natlan and just never crossed paths with them.
I think I remember.
Because Natlan is all cliffs, so sometimes you just can't see things.
I think I definitely recall, like when I was either trying to get funds together for Mavuika, or when I was trying to restock them for Varesa. Um, I had the map pulled up and was telling you about how had the map up and was just going down the checklist to get those off the to do list. I think you were on Discord when that
Yeah,
happened.
I don't know whether I was or not, but I'm still missing one or two of them. I'm fairly sure. Oh, the Devo's singing.
Oh,
But
crap! I gotta finish rolling my round of barrels.
yeah, so they're adding that. They're adding the ability to strip out pins in batches from the map, which is good because I've got a whole bunch of old superfluous ones I want to get rid of because I don't remember what they mean. um,
Yeah.
but yeah, the main thing, of course, other in terms of mechanics, other than they talk briefly about some of the events, the combat events basically sound like the same combat events that they always have. The quote co-op unquote event is again not a co-op event. It's just another coin collecting frenzy where you troll everybody else wherever possible. Um, Considering the vast majority of the player base actually dislikes those in global, I'm not quite sure why they keep doing them. Maybe the Chinese player base loves them.
It might just be
Um,
easy to do too, because they've already got the infrastructure there.
yeah, they're just outrageously unpopular. People just do them for the primos and then stop using them for the most part. Although there seems to be a bunch of diehard people who just keep doing them over and over again as long as they're up. So I guess that stops them from having to put bots in like they did for I'm like 99.99% sure that the whatchamacallit, Seal Slammers was populated by bots
Oh yeah.
because there's no way people can be that retarded,
Well,
surely.
think about the install base for these games. Like, the people, the vast majority of the people that play these games are not going to be very good. Like
I mean,
we've
that's true, but the sort of asinine behavior that I saw cropping up at random, where the only explanation for it is if they were actually planning to just lose every match and just keep doing that, so they don't have to look at the screen and can watch Netflix instead. That's the only thing I can think of to explain the behavior that I saw. Like about 1 in 5 opponents that I faced in Seal Slammers was really canny, and all of the rest were absolute drooling retards.
yeah, the story bots were smarter than the people I ran into, and I can easily believe people are that bad.
But I mean, I would see things like them would just flick one in an arbitrary direction at like sub full power, so that it just sort of floated off, and then their turn was over.
Yeah, not hit anything, not bounce into their own dudes, not hit a bumper, not hit your seals, anything. Yeah, happened all the time.
Yeah, I presume the bots would probably be more intelligent than that, actually. I mean, they demonstrated the capacity to do that, but anyway, yeah. So there's going to be the usual events, usual combat event, usual coin collect event, and the big event is going to be a management sim style one, which appears to combine various different elements, including a bunch of familiar ones. Like interface wise, it has some resemblances to the anniversary event in Star Rail. It has some resemblance to the potion shop event. Um, it's basically the framing is Navia is basically opening a amusement park of sorts, and
Good girl, Navia.
you're being drafted to help run the thing,
She don't need to
and
draft me. I already volunteered.
Escoffier has been drafted to run the theme restaurant for it. So it involves a certain amount of you know food prep stuff as well. Um, so yeah, there's going to be an event story for Escoffier, and it's going to be centered around a cooking competition. Obviously, very Shokugehi vibes from it, um, on account of Escoffier being extremely derivative of Shokugehi characters. But yeah, so her kit is basically um I would say healing Sitlali. So she doesn't do shielding, she does healing instead, and is more favorable to cryo itself than Sitlali is, although she still springboards off of cryo reactions to get the motor running, as it were. Um so
So
yeah, they
not
don't
mono
synergize
cryo,
perfectly, but they
but
do
you want
synergize.
So it's let's say cryo driver then.
It's very much um it favors a cryo driver in my opinion on balance, but a hydro driver will work just as well. If you're using Sitlali as a supporter, then Hydro Driver becomes more valuable because you can get more mileage out of the Hydro. But if you aren't using Sitlali as a support, then a Cryo Driver will probably be better. Although it's not necessarily by very much. It's hard to say. The numbers aren't out yet, of course. Um, because the final numbers are always coming out on release. Although Escoffier's kit was pretty much confirmed by early closed beta, and they didn't do any modifications. Um, Not really sure what that means, because it could mean that they're pretty happy with where she landed, all told, or it could mean that they're going to shake things up when Nodcry comes out so much that it's not going to matter, which would be really bad
Yeah,
for everybody, basically.
it could also mean they're using her as a baseline for if they're because they're putting Skirk in supposedly, and if when Skirk comes out, she's going to be the cryo driver that pairs with Escoffier presumably, and
Their kits synergize quite strongly, although Escoffier's leans probably more heavily into a fixed team comp than Skirk's does.
yeah. So
Although Skirk's does as well, Skirk does strongly favour having lots of cryo.
what they might be doing is using Escoffier as a baseline and focusing their balancing attention on Skirk since Skirk's the one on the field. Though this
Yeah,
has caused problems
probably.
in the past when they've done things like this.
Yeah, like
Hopefully,
I mean, the sort of the Sitlali Mavuika combo is so stratospherically overpowered in certain contexts, particularly burst contexts, that it doesn't suggest to me that they really thought very hard about balancing it. Because if people like you and me who really aren't that interested in optimizing our gameplay can do retarded damage with them, then the people who really do care about optimizing their gameplay are going to be maxing out the damage cap every time.
yeah, because we can just delete things with our mob weekend sit lolly.
Unless it's
Speaking,
the sodding weasel.
yeah, I have a cow for that. You have a pillow. One of these
It
things is
does
heavier
work.
than the other.
It does work. It just takes a while. Not very efficient. I deeply resent that domain for a variety of reasons. Like,
I
it's one of those domains that just exists to troll you. Like it doesn't serve any real purpose. Like there's no alternative strategy. You just burst the thing down, or you have a plunging attack.
you have a
There's
pillow fight.
no third way other than to just run around while it wastes your time until it decides to come out from underground again.
Yeah, that stupid hamster. I am still mad at that domain. I got a flower and a feather that had at least two workable stats on them. I think one good stat and one workable stat. I'm like, I'll
I
take it.
didn't.
I'll take it. If those are the easiest pieces to get, but I'll take it. And I could not get a hat. So I crafted a hat, and I took an offset goblet. Or no, I took an offset hat. I stole one of the Obsidian Codex hats that I had crafted for Chaska. I think I stole her hat, and crafted a goblet that rolled terribly. And the last piece is just hot garbage. The sands are just terrible. I don't even think they have the right primary stat on them. And that's what my
Yeah,
cow is wearing.
I'm hoping I can get enough information on the stats that Skirk favors before she comes out that I can just craft. Because I'm pretty sure Skirk is going to use one of those one of those sets. The ice colored one.
Yeah, the one I
Um,
don't want, the not
yeah,
plunging one.
but I haven't got any good pieces. I've trashed hundreds of pieces.
I, I've
Um,
I'm pretty much sealed in, not rolling for Escoffier and Skirk. So
yeah,
I'm
I was planning to do it. I'm not 100% sold on it. I'm like probably like 85% sold on it because I kind of like them. I like Escoffier, she's cute, and Skirk is like, well, I need a driver of some kind, and I don't have a cryo driver the same way I don't have a hydro driver. so I need to at least have one of those covered. Um,
For Hydro
but
Drivers, and if you don't want an Icky Boy or Nouvelette, or about your only option is Mulan the only one?
I think so. And she's for whatever reason, people are poo pooing her as a hydro driver for Escoffier teams. I'm not sure the reasoning why.
The bloom has really fallen off Mulan's flower as more people have got their hands on Sharky and really had to sit down and practice with it. Like when she first came out, the damage per screenshot numbers are always the damage per screen. But and yeah, she does have the potential to do it, but in practical scenarios and the way you're out in the world, even in the abyss, it's just really hard to get the ideal scenario for Sharky and Mulan to work. In even a single target, which is her second most optimal, it's it's just really rough with a lot of boss patterns to get on Sharky and tag the stupid thing 3 times and get all 3 big bites in quick succession without dying because she can't dodge on Sharky. So I think a lot of what I've seen anyway is people have just come to realize that the balancing factor for Mulan is Sharky.
Jank, raw jank.
Yeah, it's just Sharky. Like Sharky works now. He doesn't fly off into Narnia often. He still does. But and sometimes you can wind up accidentally on top of the pillars in that one boss. But yeah, I think people have just kind of gotten cued into, oh, there's a bit of jank here. Kind of like Kaniche. Like on paper, the burning numbers are insane with Emily with Kaniche, and but it's just you've got to deal with that jank, and they're using the
Yeah,
character's kit as a balancing factor.
yeah. So for people who want to go the hydro route, I mean, you're pretty much stuck with Nouvelette or Ayato or maybe Tartaglia, I guess.
Yeah,
Um, there's not really that many choices for hydro drivers, and there are no 4-star hydro drivers in the game. Um,
yeah,
that's just a reality. And it did sort of highlight the paucity of 4 stars. Like people keep talking about 4 stars and how great the 4-star selection is for Genshin compared to say Star Rail, but that's not really true from what I see. My impression is more that people think that that's the case because the first batch was so overpowered. How many since then have even mattered? Like you
uh,
can make an argument for Garming, and you can make an argument
see Kooky all the
for
time.
yeah, but you see Kuki as a you don't have Raiden Shogun sort of character.
Yeah, she's the you have Nahida but don't have Raiden Shogun character. Um, and then you've got
And is
Eon.
she still relevant with Auroron being a
I'm
thing now?
I have no idea, but he's also a 4-star at least.
Yeah, I know that, but I think that the Netland era is something probably doesn't belong on the same diagram in some ways
Yeah,
because they keep trying to upstage. They've been trying to upstage old 4 stars in various ways,
yeah. Eon Song
and of
comes.
course they've got the jump ability, the run abilities, those sorts of things. So yeah, sort of, and Aoife, of course, coming out in the next patch, can just like straight up fly.
Yeah, and then we had Eon San come out, who I finally got leveled up, not skilled up, but leveled up. And
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Yan San's a little bit too jank for my tastes. Like
she
actually using her is awkward.
she she works really well if you have a cow. Like if
I mean,
you're
that makes more sense, I guess. But
if you have cow and chicken, you're I hate when it transitions on this map to morning. It's just a flash
you
bomb.
don't
I
like being blinded.
don't like looking at a flash bomb. But it's if you have cow and chicken, Eon Song works great because you're always moving and you're always going vertical to get bonus movement. But if you're not on a team with characters that that move a lot, Eon Sun's just not going to pay off very much. Like Bennett's still better.
Yeah. Anyway, that is what it is. So Escoffier's got basically a similar sort of. She basically has Oz, except it follows her instead of sitting in place. It just pew pews as her skill, and her burst is your standard sort of damage burst with healing echoes coming out of it, basically. And her adventure skill, because she's not a Netland character, she doesn't get to zoom or anything. But it's bizarre. It's basically, you know, that thing that you can put items inside of and digest them into other items by firing elemental skills at it.
Oh, the transmuter, yeah, the thing I forgot exists and stopped using because
It,
it would
it
drive
just
me
goes to
nuts.
trash
Yeah,
all the time. Um, she's basically got that, except you don't need to put any food into it, and it just cooks for you. Like you can use it a certain amount of times in a 7-day period or something like that before reset, and it will just cook like her specialty dishes for you when you
Y-
fire elemental skills at it because reasons.
so yeah, it just gives you a weekly supply of food.
Yeah, I guess. Who even knows if it's any good or not? I think they're mostly unique dishes to her. So, and they're random, so you don't know what you're going to get. Um, doesn't sound useful. Does sound novel. Um, but yeah, she seems to be basically a elemental shred character, the same as Shalonen and Sidlali. It seems to be her sort of driving factor. But she's basically unusable outside of freeze teams.
They really do seem to be leaning into making more elemental shred characters, and it makes sense why. Because Kazuha has been so dominant due to his use of the Viridescent set and his natural
Yeah, well,
elemental shred.
either you bake the shred into the keystone supports for major archetypes, or every team has Kazuha in it. Those are your only options.
Yeah, so what they're trying to do is they're using the wiggle room that's given them or the design space that's given them to make more diverse types of elemental shred, just to
Well,
make
that
it
also
more
seems
standard.
to me to be what Shalonen is for. Shalonen is so that there is another Kazuha in the game. Everybody doesn't have to use Kazuha. Because
Y-
basically her role in the team is very similar. She's less damage focused and more support focused, but what she does for the team is similar.
Yeah, and she's also a far more universal applicator because you don't have to swirl the elements, so you don't have to do wacky precise uh, team rotations to get the elements applied and then swirl them. You just have to
Yeah.
roller skates, kick, kick.
But yeah, so she's a shred based one. Um, it's probably going to pair very well with Farina. I would say Farina's probably her strongest partner because Farina will, number one, be able to take it. Will be able to trigger freeze for her. Number two, will be able to take advantage of the Hydro Shred, and number three, will provide attack buffs in sort of balance with the shred that Escoffier provides, such that you're not hitting diminishing returns on one side or the other. Because as you tend to find, if you focus overly much on shred or overly much on buffing, you just hit diminishing returns and it doesn't pay off. Whereas if you put the two together, then it's going to balance out. Um, Premier supports that go with her are probably Yellen and Shinhei, oddly enough. You can pick either one of those depending on which side you're wanting to support. Um, but it's a very restrictive archetype in a lot of ways. Shinchio, of course, will always be applicable. Um, Sidlali less applicable unless you're using a hydro drive, which means you're building a Nuvi team, essentially, because I guess there are still probably people who are hardcore Ayato fans. Um, there are, of course, all those people who still think that you should be using Eula as your driver.
You know,
Poor people.
there's one YouTuber I was watching that had her at C6. It was his only seed character at all. Like he really wanted that Slappy from Mondstadt.
But yeah, of course, Escoffier is also a polearm user, meaning that there are no good weapons for her apart from her signature. because that's the case with every polearm user, basically.
What do you mean? Zhangling's got plenty. Just steal one from her.
Zhangling can use every polearm because none of them benefit her. But well, none of them and all of them benefit her. She's sort of universal. But the Escoffio's stats, despite the fact that she's like a super jank shred support, they're all like totally mainstream stats that she wants, as far as anybody can tell so far. Like she wants a lot of energy recharge because she wants to ult often, but other than that, she just wants to, crit rate, crit damage, attack. Unfortunately, being that she's an off-field DPS support, she also wants Golden Troop because she's an off-field DPS support. So that means she's fighting with the Fischls and the Yamikos and the Farinas for the same gear set.
I need to run that domain. My Farina has
So do
I have none of that set. I went with janky elemental mastery builds for my Miko, and my official is running the first lightning set that was available.
Yeah, my Yamiko and my Fischl are fighting with each other for Golden Troop pieces. I have a lot of Golden Troop pieces. I have trashed 10 times as many Golden Troop pieces, but I've got a few good flowers. Everybody has a few good flowers for whatever set they're looking for.
You usually can find a workable flower or feather for any set in your bags.
Well, that's because there's no primary stat to filter everything. Because if all the secondary stats are good, but the primary is shite, you can't use it, right?
Yeah,
But the feather and the flower don't have that issue.
Yeah, so you're usually fine on those two. But all the other pieces just, oh boy. Farina's gear is very firmly at the level. It's definitely better than nothing, but I'm pretty sure the primary stats are all on two of the pieces.
I think my Farina is at a level that I would describe as fairly solid. And by that I mean I don't feel a pressing urge to improve her gear all the time. Because she's serving her purpose reasonably well and she doesn't have any glaring flaws. Definitely not optimal and lots of wasted stats, but not like, oh, well, this is terrible, I can't use her.
I'm of the opinion you will never get optimal. You will never even get halfway to optimal in these games when it comes to your gear. Very rarely do I get a character with a few pieces of gear that just roll really good. Like I think my Acheron has one, and my I think my Topaz got one.
Did you see that absolute god piece that I got for Acheron that I linked to you?
Yeah, the one that perfect rolled.
Well, the I don't think it was really that perfect for the where the buffs went, but it was a pretty perfect roll in terms of which stats got selected out of the pool.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, I mean, obviously the desire sensor was not paying attention since the bloom has fallen off Acheron's flower for the time being.
Yeah, you probably could have taken some of that attack and stuck it in crit damage or speed, but who cares? Yeah, that'd be.
I think that she could potentially come back in a big way based on revamped Silverwolf and the release of Cypher.
Yeah.
Like, I think that if you put those two in the team, she's going to probably reappear in the meta as a very solid DPS.
I have put a lot of work into salvaging my poor Acheron, and I want to find a way to make her usable again, but I'll have to see if Cypher can pull that off.
My Farina. I'll look my Farina stats from the Hoyo's automatic thing. If I can figure out how to get there, because the Hoyo Lab website is an absolute dog to navigate.
I don't want to mess up the stream by tabbing around too much in the browser window.
Yes, I feel like my Farina's reasonably well equipped, and because I lucked out and got double Farina when I pulled her, she's in a real strong position, so I'm not too worried about her. But she's going to have to fight with Yamiko and Escoffier and Official for Kia because they all want the same set. So that's part of why I'm not 100% sold on pulling for Escoffier, because it's like, oh my goodness, I need to kill out another Golden Troop character and I don't have a Hydro Driver anyway. Although the amount of damage that Farina can do when allowed to sort of like just fire freely with Sitlali shredding resistance is pretty incredible. Like, she might as well be a DPS because of the amount of damage output from those goon squad, as Ari calls them. But yeah, the what was the other thing? There was something else. What was it? Oh, right. The banners. The first banner is going to be Escoffier and Navia, who are the leading characters in the story for the event.
I need you to stop me from pulling out my wallet.
Yeah, you're being tempted by that constellation.
There's an easy fix for the crit rate problem. It's an expensive fix, but there's an easy one for it. That's C1 and C2.
The second side is Kenichi and Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun being the case because she's the exception to the other banner that they are having, which is the Chronicled Wish for Inazuma. So Chronicled Wish for Inazuma will include selectable target Ayaka, Ayato, Yoimiya, Chiori, Yoimiko, Arataki Ito, Fishwife, and Kazuha.
If I can resist trying to go on Navia, I might try and get that fish. I think I'm probably gonna go for Fishwife. I've had her on the 2-pull list forever, and I just
gonna work towards that Nailu team.
Yeah, we will make Immortal Hero Mondstadt truly immortal.
Memes be dreams.
And then the only rerun character on my docket would be Nailu.
I'm very tempted to try and get Kagura's Verity for Yomiko because I pulled for it last time it was up and I failed to get it, and I ran out of Primogems while pulling for it. So I'm very tempted. There's not really a lot of good reason to do so though, other than my saltiness at having lost last time, which is about the worst reason to pull for something. But it's still quite tempting. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the story will shake down. It's going to involve quite extensively essentially previews. It's going to be leading into the previews for Nod Cry, and it involves the Hexen Circle quite significantly, which means Mona's master, Albedo's mother, Klee's mother, all those questionable individuals.
The people that have way too much influence on the world that move in the background, like letters.
But yeah, not much else I think that's terribly worth mentioning in that regard. Yeah, the thing that's the element that sticks out about Genshin at the moment is basically all centered around their VA issues. Everything else, for people who don't care about the English language track, has just been business as usual.
Yeah, continuing to push out quality of life improvements. I feel like they could do it a bit faster, honestly, but they're coming at least.
I think that they're breaking old habits basically, because they were able to cruise for a long time on COVID, essentially.
Yeah, now they actually have to respond to market demands if they want to still be making money.
Yeah. And ZZZ's leading the way on that. So, yeah. Before we come back to ZZZ, since it's in a large portion of what I spent my free time doing this week, we'll just stop in at Star Rail for a moment. There's not really much to talk about there. It's still Castris Banner week, although Anaxa Banner is coming soon. I'm sort of at the 80%, 75 to 80% mark at my decision to pull Anaxa. I'm reluctant to pull Anaxa because it's adding an icky boy to the lineup. I've never deliberately pulled on a male character in Star Rail before, but his ability to enable a huge amount of longevity to the Hurters team and make her universally applicable in AoE situations is so powerful that I think it's worth passing up the entire next two banners for. And furthermore, I have no idea what the banner structure is going to be for 3.4. Because, well, the preview, not previews, the leaks have been very confusing. There seems to be sort of like a multi-car pile-up taking place in 3.4. There are so many characters that are getting adjustments, improvements, and releases that it's almost impossible to tell what's going to happen. As far as anybody can tell, Artoria and Emiya are going to be coming out in 3.4. In addition, the revised versions of Silverwolf, Kafka, Jingliu, and Blade are also going to be coming out in 3.4. In addition to that, Finon's going to be coming out in 3.4. That is unspeakably bloated for a non-event banner set.
Yeah, some of them are going to have to be free, or there's going to have to be some way to.
Well, number one, most of the people who have examined the trends, Ho-Oh trends in the past, behavior of developers and that, are convinced that the first copy of Emiya is going to be free. Like Ratio, he will still have a banner. Artoria will be a pull character. Final will be a pull character. But all of the others, I presume that the Jingyu and the Stellaron Hunters are going to be on a 4-person super banner or something like that. Or you could have multiple other types of arrangements as well. But as far as anybody can tell, they're all going to just show up at once. Honestly, I think that it would make more sense to push hard on some Stellaron Hunters to come out sooner with 3.3 and then push the other ones back to 3.4, but I don't think they can do that since the decision to do this whole revamp thing came in quite late. That indefinitely there's a lot of testing required because the amount of extra numbers functions that they've added to Silverwolf and CBT for 3.4 is so high that she's definitely going to need to require tuning to avoid stealing the lunch of a premium character that they want to release in the future, because the current version of her from the leakers is incredibly powerful, like premium harmony level powerful. Now, I think that she would set a good precedent in that way if she's extremely powerful premium, like a premium harmony, except that number one, she does damage unlike most premium harmonies, and number two, she requires effect hit rate in order to stick that massive stable of effects she has to a target. But she seems to be being redesigned as a weakness and shred specialist, and has a half a dozen different debuffs that she applies as various forms of shred. Her current rumored kit is incredibly powerful. It's going to need tuning. As far as Jingliu and Blades leaks have come out, they are just making them scale, whereas before the vibe you get off of their kits is that they were designed in a vacuum where there was no power creep. Basically, like they don't get more powerful as things around them get more powerful. There's no way for them to scale off of other things. They are entirely self-contained. As a result, neither Jingliu or Blade continued the way people can still use Acheron. Because as new Nialities come out, Acheron teams will still get stronger. Like, you don't have Jiachu, well, you can use Cypher instead. She'll have more of a single target focus, where Jiachu would be more of a multi-target focus, but you can do it because new Nialities will come out that can be slotted into those slots. For Blade and Jingliu, there was no such thing. It just doesn't work like that. Like, you don't even get much benefit. Like, if you were to try and do double DPS caster as Jingliu, it wouldn't work because Jingliu's health costs are consistent but quite small. So it's not really going to benefit either of them in any way. Instead of that, she's basically being, re-kitted out as a more health drain based character like Blade and Mighty, and Blade in turn is being made more scalable like Mighty. So he'll basically be the Wind Mighty, basically. Um, that's what those are looking like. Um, Kafka is basically seems her redesign from the leaks is basically going to be taking the form of her being able to pull out heaps of extra dot pops. So essentially her follow-up attack is going to trigger dot pops as well, and she's going to be able to farm follow-up attacks off of things other than basic attacks. And I would say that the floor is probably open for her to have more charges of follow-up attack as well, which can give her, number one, will allow her to do the dot roll better, and number two, could potentially allow sort of like a hybrid dot follow-up attack type team if she's able to farm more follow-up attacks more easily. So yeah, there's definitely some room for expansion there. But because these are sort of like semi unplanned revamps, it's kind of hard to say where it's going to land in the end.
Yeah,
Um,
I think they're really having growing pains. They're going to have them because they're not used to doing this because of the
well,
nature of the
somebody's got
game
to
is.
break the seal on this. Nobody's ever had to do it before at Hoyo.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the game is a turn-based game is going to make characters irrelevant faster than anything else because there is no player performance to account for. There is
I
no
mean,
just practice.
even where there is player performance to account for, I mean, how much do you think player performance will keep Shuyuan relevant as she
if
currently is?
if you can use her well and maintain her bullets on field, especially with the supports that have come out that allow for quick swapping to get her more bullets faster with Astra, uh, being able to use her well probably accounts for a solid margin of like 40% of her damage.
Now move that into 2.0 where mechanics will go through a paradigm shift.
If depending on what they do, no, Zuyuan's problem is all she has is damage hose. If anything else gets tacked on as necessary for damage, like it has in Star Rail, then we're in trouble.
Well, I mean, you compare her to any other ether character, she'll come off the worst. She's worse than Nicole in a vacuum.
Yeah, well, she'll
Use
just
cases for Nicole are broader. The use cases for Vivian are broader, which is weird for an anomaly character.
yeah, I find anomaly characters to be almost universally applicable, as long as you got an anomaly set up.
No, they're not universally applicable. DPS characters are universally applicable because they contribute to anomaly. Anomaly doesn't contribute to DPS unless you've got enablers for it.
I just like my Dodge Rat. It was a joke. Don't worry about it.
Well, Dodge Red is a hybrid character. I don't think she's a true anomaly character because number one, she can crit. That's not an anomaly trait.
Yeah. So yeah, with ZZZ, it will depend entirely what they stack on the rest of the attacks. And
ZZZ is the context where player input has the highest conceivable effect on character power, but Zhuan is still behind every other DPS character in the game,
yeah,
other than like Anton.
I'd say she doesn't have any kind of anomaly synergies like Jane does, or
Her
the
output
special.
is lower than C6 Billy.
Yeah, you basically need her Wenjin to get her off the ground to 5-star level. Like Zuyuan's in trouble, but they've said they're taking a look at characters with kits that need help, and ZZZ as well. So
Well, I'm not saying that they haven't. What I'm saying is that this is not a problem that is just limited to Star Rail. This is a problem that is endemic to gachas generally because they've got a strong, compelling commercial motivation to allow characters to drift into irrelevance. The problem is you need to get the pace just right.
I guess what I was more
You
building
because I
with.
mean, if I look at say the thing, the ironic thing I suppose is that Genshin has done this the best. Like I don't have any trouble with any content except for when you get one shot using Ningguang as my primary DPS. I've continued to do this to this very day. Like I used her for heaps of my Netland exploration and all the new zones and stuff. because you can simply make her work by force of will. The problem with Star Rail is that it's sort of fenced out of being able to do that to a certain extent because you're forced to take damage and you can't stop it from happening. Now,
Yeah.
this is why I was interested to be reminded of some of older sort of more adventurous JRPG mechanics by the new RPG that has come out just recently that everybody's talking about, like it's the first game to ever do this. Whatchamacallit, Clear Obscure, because they baked into it defense, counter, aiming as mechanics, despite the fact it's a turn-based JRPG style game, which means that your ability to skillfully do those things using the same traits that you would use in an action game, because you're going to be basing your timing off of animations and tells, right? Those same skills can be ported into that context. So I think it would be beneficial to Star Rail to strip mine that crap for maximum benefit. Now, there are going to be people who just put it on auto. That's fine. But if maximum performance comes from manual play, I think that that's perfectly reasonable. There are lots of people who don't agree. There are a strangely large contingent of people who play Star Rail exclusively on auto and deeply resent the idea that they might need to intervene in combat in any way.
There
But I
are
don't care about those people. They can
there
go
are
hang.
there are also people that skip the story. Like there there are people that miss the point of video games all over the place.
Well, I think that for a lot of the people that skip the story in um, Star Rail, there's basically two kinds. Number one, there's the kind who can't read, basically, so they don't care. Like, words are just too hard for them, causes their brain to overheat. And the other set are people who don't want the story because the story would interfere with their headcanon. And their headcanon involves a lot of butt sex.
Lots of prolapsed anuses.
Yeah. I don't think either of these constituencies is commercially large. Um, there is a lot of people who argue, yes, the people who skip the story is a huge contingent, but I don't really think that's the case, because if that were the case, then there's not really any reason for them to invest themselves in a game that's going to force them to do something that they hate so much. Like, the amount of people who are that masochistic is quite small. Most people are only looking for comfort, and then they'll play Cookie Clicker or something.
Yeah, like you need to know what you're signing up for and have to like that stuff. I mean, I have weeks where I'm too burnt from work to sit down and really process the story, and we'll put it off. And sometimes it'll get to the point in these Hoyo games where I just have had a few of those weeks in a row, and but if I want the event reward or the clear rewards for something, or just the event rewards if the event's got a story, I'll just sit down and knuckle through it. And I may turbo mash through a few of the events, but you play a game because you know what you sign up for, and you know that normally you enjoy that kind of stuff. The people that complain about the story in Star Rail, I don't think they know how to read. Like you do know you signed up for a JRPG. Reading is kind of the thing. Unless it's skill descriptions or event descriptions or tutorials. You don't read those because they make it worse.
Well, for Hoyo games specifically, I don't know who writes their tooltips, but they don't really seem to be very good at it.
And there has never ever in the time since we started replaying, not once, not a single time, where I have regretted ignoring every single tutorial pop up that's come up when it tries to explain it in these incredibly wordy with special terminology gobbledygook blobs and just going in and pushing buttons. It has always worked better every
I
single
regret
time.
when you don't read them, because then I ask you for information. You either tell me you either tell me I don't know, or you tell me something which is as good as information from Fixtra Life.
Yeah, it's just a vibe I get from how I'm pushing buttons. I don't know, go in there and push buttons.
This is how Fixtra Life write guides.
Speaking of Extra Life, we'll get to them a little bit later.
Anyway, the other thing for Star Rail is the annual Trailblaze report is up, which is something that someone as autistic as me actually enjoys as one of my favorite events of the year. because I just like seeing statistics.
They're cute.
Unfortunately, my statistics are less interesting than a lot of people's because I purposefully constructed multiple different teams, so my total numbers are all really low across the board.
I kind of thought, I guess I got him late enough in the yearly cycle that adventuring would be much higher in usage because he basically supplanted Whoa in everything that was single team. But nah, my girl's still going strong because as soon as Aglaya came out, she was back off the bench and ready to go. And she never left. She was still second stringer on the backup team, on the Acheron and Friends team.
What I'm wondering is that Acheron's is Acheron screwing up the math? Like when you
Probably.
insta kill something, does that count as all those characters having
I
been in a battle?
I can almost guarantee it does because I dropped Acheron for the follow up team as soon as I got Topaz. And I
Well,
got,
I have not got a lot of mileage out of Acheron because remember I've been running break since Penacony.
yeah, so I think Acheron's insta jib does screw with it because you can tell we like I have 3,404 uses of Acheron. That's not fucking right. Like,
Yeah, because I have like I have a fully serviceable Acheron team, a fully serviceable follow up team, a fully serviceable break team, and a fully serviceable erudition team. So my total numbers per character are quite low because I have multiple active teams rather than just two. Acheron still leads the pack by a massive margin, despite the fact that I don't really use her in combat very much.
yeah, she did have the second string team, but the modes that require two teams only rotate every other week. And I did not go for full clears every time because I could not get them initially.
But
And
when you're doing your weekly Divergent Universe,
yeah, I ain't fighting all that
Acheron's gonna
trash.
Acheron's coming back out every
Yeah,
single week.
and I also went through the entirety of the story. I think I got her right after Bellabog. So from that point onwards, I had Acheron to just start deleting trash if it got obnoxious to me. I didn't keep her out all the time, but about usually halfway through a planet is where I'd go, okay, that's enough of that. And just have Acheron start cutting her way through so I could see the rest of the story.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if she doesn't fall off in the next year, unless there's like a major resurgence in her use as a meta unit because of like Cypher or someone. If she doesn't fall off, then it will mean that she's definitely messing with the math.
Yeah, I can almost scare. I have like a 95% certainty in that Acheron is screwing with math because my usage of her is not anywhere close to that high. Like the fart team or the proto fart team supplanted Acheron almost like as soon as they could. So like as soon as I got Topaz, I started experimenting with it, and then Robin came out and we had the proto fart team. And then when adventuring came out, it was set, and then eventually Facial came out and replaced Doctor Ratio. And that's what I use for most single player stuff or single team stuff in the game throughout the year. Whoa, being there at 3,533, I can totally believe
Yeah, well,
because
she's one standard unit support for you. You weren't balancing your support techniques across multiple characters.
no, she
'Cause
was
I used a combination of Fushwen and Gallagher and Lingsha throughout a good amount of the time playing the game this past year. So my usage is split across multiple characters, but yours is pretty consolidated on a couple.
yeah, it's all on the thing that's job was to keep my team alive forever was named Wowo. And I did not get adventuring until his rerun, which was late into the 2.x cycle. I think
I
it was
also had way less story than you to carve through this past year, so my total battles is probably quite a bit lower than yours.
yeah. Uh, I distinctly remember the point in the Amphoria's story where I was just like, Yeah, nah. I'm not doing this trash with bust Acheron out. And also because I did not have anything built up, but I had to start building my account early in the year, and I had Acheron early. I would anytime I had a free day and like a free 30 minutes just to goof around while I was doing something else, I would just bust Acheron out and go on a lawn mowing mission for every
I'm
single
mostly
map.
incredulous that you actually no, two things really. That you've got like that I presume that 472 fireflies is you doing your early EXP farming.
Oh yeah, because I don't have Firefly.
And I'm a little bit incredulous that you actually use Chinshui that much.
Yeah, that's probably right. I really tried to make it work. I killed Borehole with it.
Do you even have any destruction characters that you use?
I have Clara at level 80 after I lost a 50-50 to her. I leveled her up just to level her up. She has no skill levels above.
What I'm seeing here is that you used my Firefly more in the past year than I did.
Yeah, probably.
Because I use Firefly for very specific situations where they've got Fire Weak and I might as well just capitalize on it, or if I need to install a weakness for some reason. And that's when I break out Firefly.
Now I
Most generic situations, I'll usually use Rapper with my break team.
right now I have access to the stupidest farming team possible by stealing your Tribby, which is Jade
Is it
Tribby
really
Sunday.
that
Whoa, whoa.
effective? Because like on paper, Tribby doesn't actually look very good. It's just that in practice, she always seems to perform spectacularly.
Because she gives Jade all of the counters, and with Sunday and Wowo there to keep the batteries going, and Jade's not hard to get max energy on, you just auto delete everything. And more importantly, Kirby's ultimate is fast.
I mean, in animation terms.
Yeah. So the Tribby, the Jade Tribby Wowo Sunday team just deletes everything. Like the longest part of it is Sunday's ult animation.
I have to take your word for it because I can't see that in action, that combo in action.
I'll throw my stream up next time I do dailies in the morning if you're on. I'll pick some medium tier node and you can watch them just delete everything.
Because I mean, that's been my experience as well with my
Oh,
team of Herta and Tribby and
it
Jade.
it does.
Like there's one attack per wave, and that's all.
Yeah, that's how it goes with that team as well. The difference is that Tribby's animations are much faster than Herta's, and I can trigger a lot more Tribby follow ups because of Sunday and Wobo playing battery. Because she triggers off ult use, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And Jade has
She gets one go per ult.
yeah.
Basically, everybody has everybody's. All the other three can trigger her follow up once, and then she's got to refresh by using her ult again.
The one uh, cog in the machine that can make it all go to pot though is if somebody has enough energy to ult immediately that's going to deal damage and kills the first wave before Jade gets a turn, her talent doesn't apply that accelerates her turn to let her put the contract on Tribby on subsequent waves. And I run slow Jade, which means Wopo may get 2 turns before Jade gets 1.
And my Tribby is not exactly fast either.
No. So your Tribby needs the speed from Jade's contract. So
So Jade by default applies the contract to Tribby, despite the fact that Tribby is also a Harmony character.
Yep.
Interesting.
Because I presume it's because your Tribby has significantly more attack than my Wopo and or whatever the damage stat is. You probably have crit damage at all. I have not rolled good for Sunday. And or it could just be Jade prioritizes AoE hitters because all she's like the Herta. She wants you to hit as many targets as possible with every move, and every one you do counts towards building her stacks up.
Yeah, I feel like my Tribby's reasonably well built, but I couldn't tell you offhand what her stats are. Let's see if I can get her stat block up. Chubby stat.
I will try and open a personal browser without everything crashing on me.
Oh yeah, his stats aren't too bad. His stats are pretty good.
But yeah,
I must have had reasonable luck there.
I
Except for the sphere and rope. I expect the sphere and rope are both terrible because they always are.
think I crafted stuff for Jade, so I think her gear. No. That's right. I just run that domain so many gosh dang times trying to get the other set. I just had to pile the other stuff and could make something workable out of it. That's right. Coming back to me. Oh, your lab is incredibly slow.
I haven't really found it slow. I've just found it confusing. I usually don't know what I need to click on to get something to happen. Goodness, my Trippy's offensive stats are significantly better than most of my attack characters, so I really need to do some more farming.
Oh yeah, I was able to get some. I mean, her chest piece needs help, but the rest of that'll work. Could use a new rope and probably new shoes, but they're workable. They have at least one substat that works.
Holy cow, how did my Castros end up with so much health? I just flicked over to it. I don't normally look at it. But, wow. I think I kitted her out with the same gear that I did with Tribby, but with different weightings on what I was going to prioritize. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that's that. There's nothing much happening until the banner changeover, and then there'll be nothing much happening again. I expect there's still another combat type event on the ledger for this patch though, which I presume is going to be deploying shortly. I haven't consumed all of my uses. I need to for the planet ornament farming event. I need to get onto that. Not that I've ever pulled a decent planet ornament before. That just basically doesn't happen.
I have
But
found I have better luck with them if I do not target a specific character in my brain that I want to get a planet ornament for, and I just generically aim for ones I know I need more of, and then don't look at them until I need to go gear or upgrade a character. So in the bag cleanout, I may stumble across one that's like, oh, that ain't bad. That can work. This seems to have significantly more success than going into a domain with the knowledge in your head that you're going to.
well, I don't really think about it. I just go to the Lushaka domain and do it over and over and over and over.
Yeah, that was me in Broken Keel for a while.
I've never pulled anything good out of Lushaka before, so I always end up, oh, we'll just go to Lushaka and do Lushaka again. I've been trying to rebuild my gear on my Runmei, but I haven't had much luck with that either. My Runmei's individual relics are quite bad in terms of the particular stats across them and the combination of sets. The sets themselves are quite bad for her. Well, they're not terrible, they're merely mediocre. But the amount of sort of like deep rolling on single valuable stats that she got on those pieces have made it really hard to get rid of them.
Yeah, that's the case with my Navia, where the substats are just really good on the bad Geo set or the generic Geo set. That getting her specialized stat to get comparable pieces has been just rough. Even though I've run that domain, I've probably gotten 600 of those relics. That's the other one's not playing nice.
Yeah, my most successful team in Starro has probably, in terms of like their success, have been successfully applied to solve a problem in most cases. Is definitely my break teams, but my break teams also have on paper the worst stats. Like I had really as bad as my luck has been with other sets, my luck on the Iron Cavalry node has been by far the worst. Most of my, and I think that that's just due to the fact that break teams are really hard to kit out for because you've got the barrier to entry of, oh, there must be break on this piece, otherwise it's a suboptimal piece. So you end up sort of stuck. But oh well, tis what it is. Anyway, um, the next thing on the ledger to talk about is ZZZ, and how do you want to approach that?
So,
Do we have time for a break? Actually, I need to go to the bathroom.
yeah. I don't have any kind of break stuff queued up still because I keep forgetting to do it. But here's the break screen, and we'll be right back. And we're back.
Man, it was always my habit in MMOs to try and synchronize the sort of the job logic of different buttons on hotbars to match from class to class,
Mm-hmm.
so that the standard spam nuke would always be on the same button, interrupt would always be on the same button, that type of thing, right? I feel like Monster Hunter actively militates against that.
Yeah.
It's like they have tried as hard as possible to throw you for a loop every time you change your weapon.
I think I reset stuff, but I will check anyway.
It's lullaby. It's not going to be that hard.
Well, I used a lot of potions on that Zuru because I didn't know how my freaking hammer works.
I didn't have to use any potions, but I also did no damage. So these are very non-aggressive. If you don't attack both of them, they won't both attack you. That was my experience last time anyway.
So yeah. So in ZZZ, I think the best way to approach this will be with by doing what's her face first, Vivian first.
What you mean, like the
The
overall story, or
the character release.
the
So
character release? So, in that regard, I would say that I have not pulled her, nor have I decided not to pull her. I have not made up my mind yet.
yeah,
I'm not
so
really sure how to be totally honest.
your account right now is weakest in Anomaly, and she is a awkward to use at first Anomaly character because uh she doesn't have a whole lot of continuous presence off field like your Bernices or basically yeah your Bernices, who's your our only other off field anomaly that really exists right now. Um, so you do have to actively swap to her a lot more. You do have to with Bernice to refill her juiceometer, but you don't have to worry about it if Bernice has juice, and her juice can last a while depending on how the boss is behaving. But for Vivian, you will often find yourself in a kind of a awkward scenario where you have some feathers, but it's only going to last for like a few attacks and probably not get enough to get there. And you do really want to run her with another ether anything. Usually Astra can take care of this, but Nicole works too. Just a little bit of extra ether damage to get her over the edge. Now this may just be a function of I have not farmed the gear for her. I'm just taking the gear I got from when I was farming stuff for Trigger and Ambi, and my anomaly proficiency may simply not be high enough. Like that is a 120% possible scenario here. But I have found that she definitely wants anomaly proficiency to be able to do her crap appropriately. Oh, I got paralyzed. This one's the one that's almost dead. One dead. The other one. But that said, once you get over that learning curve with her, it's not very hard. It's just you got to be used to her not always being active like Bernice is. If you're using her as your off-field anomaly, and that and know she is going to take a bit of working.
So far, you haven't said anything that makes a case for me actually pulling her. In fact,
uh,
everything has been a case for me not to.
I mean, she does apply a lot of anomaly when she finally does get her burst off. It just is you have to watch her energy bar, and you have to get as soon as it fills up. You gotta be able to judge whether or not you're in a good position to flip her in and go ahead and get her things going. Her her what are they called? These stupid names they give everything in these games. Her guard feathers, I think, is what they're called. Her guard and flight feathers, and the way they work. And I still am not entirely clear on the difference between the two. I think if the thing is highlighted on the outside is when she's going to apply her anomaly off field, but I could be wrong on that. It's just kind of like I said before, it's usually just kind of what it feels like when I'm figuring these characters out. And I may be missing something in her kit, but it she does have one really giant benefit for that Bernice doesn't have, and that she's way tankier. Well, not tanky, say, but while she's on field, if you just swap her in to do her EX skill, even though the animation takes a while, you're going to get thrown into her flight mode, like right after. And while she's coming down from an attack in flight mode, she is 100% invulnerable. So for both the EX attack and the come down, the rebound attack, where she turns the flight feathers into guard feathers, um, she's completely invincible. So you're not going to get jibbed by a boss doing anything. So she has that going for her, making it so it's very easy to get your stuff off, and all those will trigger perfect assist with Astra. So swapping her out there is
'Cause,
pretty easy.
For some incredibly dumbass reason, they decided to give the only long fight where you can actually play around with her in the story is a solo fight where you only have her, so you can't see any mechanics at play.
Yeah, this was a awkward decision through the story. Well, I thought the story in general was very good. The demoing of our favorite Faith and Simp as a character didn't go very well because her primary use is as somebody that applies anomaly from off field and is only swapped in to re-up her buff and apply more anomaly. That doesn't really work alone because she can't trigger the Abloom on her own, which is her core mechanic and where most of her damage comes from. Now, even in the if you select trial mode and use the one they give you, they do still give you an empty slot in the story, but I don't think that applies for the last mission where you play.
No, there is no empty slot in the last mission.
So yeah, they kind of dropped the ball there for demoing the character. And
I mean, story-wise, it makes sense. Story-wise, it's perfect. It fits the beat of the story perfectly because it's supposed to be a super desperate situation that is also very personal. But the problem is that the character is just not designed to ever work in a context like that.
yeah, so she's like a Bernice that instead of having constant application, applies it in one big burst, and as soon as you swap out and pop a disorder or use an EX skill, all that stuff is going to start getting unloaded, and it's going to unload very fast. So you'll trigger the anomaly proc way faster with her, and I really do think I don't think I rolled very much, if any, anomaly proficiency, and made a mental note to go work on that with for her on the gear because I need just a little bit more to tip it over the edge most of the time, but that can be
I
fixed with
get the
gear.
distinct feeling that her gameplay loop is probably very simple. It's just that her actual kit is in the fine detail so complicated that actually seeing what the gameplay loop should be is disproportionately hard.
Yeah, basically the way I've been using her is you put her in slot 2 after your main attacker, and put your support in slot 3, usually Astra, sometimes Nicole. If it's Astra, you pop Astra out, turn her song on, then put her away. And then you wait until Vivian gets her EX skill available. You swap her in, you push the EX skill, and you do the dive attack. This should give you 3 to 5 feathers. I have no idea what the conditions are on all this. But and then you swap back to your main damage dealer. And if they have energy, you press the EX attack button, and you get a big giant kaboom of ether damage. And if you,
From what I've observed, the swap in under Astra generates 2,
yeah,
and her EX skill generates 3, and her ult generates 5.
yeah. So the other thing with Astra is, if you have
I
meter,
don't know the conversion mechanics at all, though.
yeah, if you use Astra in the slot with the third slot on a Vivian team, um, you're going. This is why I've noted that her stuff pops very fast, because every single one of Astra's bonus blasts from swapping counts as an EX skill,
Yeah, I noticed that.
and will absolutely dump all of your feathers immediately. Now, you probably
That's only useful if you're a whale, though, because the thing that I've heard is that if you actually have mindscapes for Vivian, the problem is that you can't actually consume the resources because she generates them so fast. So you pretty much end up benefiting from running her alongside Bernice, even though that's normally a terrible idea because, well, you don't have an on-fielder in that case.
yeah. Well, so you just you try to keep Bernice's juice
Only
up.
Bernice's burn is the only way to actually consume the amount of resources that an M6 Vivian can generate.
So it's just constant a bloom mega bombs.
Basically, yeah. This is Whale World. Apparently, Vivian is the what at present the hardest scaling with whale accounts in the game because getting mindscapes to other characters disproportionately benefits her as well because it usually improves their ability to take advantage of her blooms.
Yeah. So
But yeah, so the thing is the the character that is head and shoulders best to partner with Vivian is Rat, and I don't have her,
yeah,
and it's not close.
there are only two on-field anomaly characters unless you count Piper. Um, there are only two 5-star ones, and there's only one 4-star one. The 4-star being Piper. Um, so you're
Well,
gonna
you
have.
don't really count Miyabi as anomaly, I guess.
I
But
mean, I use her
but
on
yeah,
anomaly
Mi-
teams if I need
but
to.
the thing is that if you were to compare, say, Yanagi and Miyabi, Yanagi would work better than Miyabi because Frostburn can't trigger a bloom
All right,
because
yeah,
it's
I,
not a normal anomaly.
I forget Unagi exists. Office workers are not really my thing, so she doesn't stick out of my brain. But yeah, uh, Yanagi would probably work good too. Um, I don't know when we'll see Yanagi rerun. But
You could use Grace.
yeah,
I think that
the
there
demo
there are
lets you use
there's some
Grace.
there's some advantages. Um, if what you want is shock damage, then you could get a lot of mileage out of that because the damage that Vivian deals re-triggers shock damage.
The only issue with that is um the amount of enemies that don't have a resistance to either shock or well, that have a weakness to both shock and ether, or don't resist at least one of them. I think is not very high,
Well,
relatively
one would
speaking.
expect that they're going to throw some curveballs in 2.x.
Yeah, because shock and ether have kind of been on opposite ends of the element pairings. Like shock's usually isolated by and can be with anything, but is usually by itself and excludes physical because robots. And
So the problem that I'm facing now though is that if I were to pull Vivian, then it would just be throwing more wood on the fire. If you have to build Piper, you don't have a choice. Just build her already
I mean, how many
because
batteries
Piper's
you
going
got?
to work. Piper's going to work better with Vivian than any other character that I've got.
Yeah, I mean, I've used Jane to solve so many problems throughout this game's history, and I've probably used her as my main account thing.
Well, Jane's power comes from something Piper doesn't have, which is crit.
Yeah. So,
But
but
Piper is basically Jane with no crit in terms of output, which
yeah,
means trivial. The She is an effective workhorse as far as physical anomaly is concerned, but doesn't really have a lot of headroom. The problem is that so many anomaly characters are ill-suited to Vivian, which is the reason why I didn't pull her, is that, well, what does the pool of options actually look like? It's not actually very big. There is one optimal character who is optimal by a margin of like 40%, which is Rat, and everybody else is just sort of trailing behind. And a lot of the premier anomaly characters are totally incompatible, like Miyabi. Like people get good total numbers out of Miyabi Vivian teams, but when you look at the contributing factors, Miyabi is carrying the damage because most of Vivian isn't functional. Because only when Miyabi triggers Shatter does that a bloom, and most of what Miyabi triggers is Frostburn, which is not helpful.
It
So she's
depends.
just right out.
The thing with Miyabi Vivian teams is the elements will line up fairly well because Frost and Ether are often paired,
But that's still ultimately just
and
Miyabi carrying, though, isn't it?
and also the when
Because
the
you could just use
Ablooms
your orthodox Miyabi team.
do trigger, they will often let you Judgment Nut twice back to back.
Well, I mean, if you were to compare against another premium character, like Vivian is going to be flat worse than Yanagi for Miyabi.
Oh
It won't
yeah,
even be
well
close.
Yanagi's clearly better because Yanagi doesn't even need a partner to trigger disorders. Uh, but uh, but I think Vivian is good if they, especially if they decide to make another strong on-field anomaly that's actually anomaly and not, you know, a Judgment Nut machine.
Right. Well, this is all groundwork because what I actually wanted to discuss was Rupture.
Okay.
So, Yishin is going to be the first Rupture character, which is the new job, I guess you want to call it, new job class. Um, Now her element is auric ink, which is ether, special ether, the same way Miyabi's Frostfire is special ice. And of course, we don't know jack about that. There's not really even any leaked information. The only leaked information is that Rupture is a job that is relatively balanced in terms of output and durability, but what the way it differs from other jobs is that the permutations of elements in the team determine the effects. So basically, Rupture has two major modes from what people can glean from the leaks: attraction and repulsion. Attraction is when you have got mono element, and repulsion is when you've got everybody's a different element. And apparently, the character actually loses abilities if you have two of one element and one of the other. It's unstable, and so they don't work. Because she is going to be the first ether character that follows on from Vivian, and I'm definitely pulling for her since she's basically ZZZ's Ningguang. The question is Vivian going to be like a tailor-made fit for her, and we just don't know it yet? Because there's so little in the way of ether characters in the game, and likely one of her primary modes is going to militate in favor of mono ether.
Yeah, I do not know. You can do that. You would need an ether driver. No, she would be the driver.
Yeah, she would be the driver. She the way that she's been described, sort of colloquially, suggests that she's going to have a stat balance, which is sort of like a more offensively skewed version of Caesar. So still does solid damage output, but is also reasonably durable. Like the most of the early reports are that they are sort of like balanced characters who their skew in terms of effectiveness will be determined by the rupture effect, whether or not they are in the attraction or repulsion form. So we don't really know any specifics about that.
Yeah. Uh, you could probably, if that's the case, Astra and Nicole might be fine. It may not be optimal, but it will probably work fine. But it depends on how much you want to foolproof against needing to go full. How much do you want to make the new characters as optimal as you can.
I mean, I haven't found a character that I want to main in virtually every situation the way I did with Ningguang in Genshin. So I will have to wait and see. But yeah, there is basically the short version is that there are so many factors in play right now that I can't decide how to spend my my resources. Now, this is less of a thorny question than it is in Genshin and Star Rail because comparatively speaking, it's more generous. But then there's um, additional flies in the ointment, such as we know that there is going to be a free S rank based on the leaks. When I say no, I mean most of the leakers, the prominent leakers, are reasonably confident in the veracity of the leak that there's going to be in 2.0, not 2.x, but 2.0, a free S rank given out, which seems kind of early, but there was a recently, I don't know if you heard about it. You're slightly on the periphery of these sorts of things, so you might not have noticed. But there was a huge debacle over the Woowa anniversary.
Oh, I might have seen a headline on YouTube mention it, but in my recommends, but I didn't watch it.
So the short version is that they tried to be a little bit, from what I can tell, because this is a certain amount of reading between the lines as well, is that they tried to be a little bit clever and do like more surprises in their anniversary. But what that meant is that up front, their anniversary, what we're doing for the anniversary announcements seemed really anorexic and kind of insincere because they
See,
kept talking about how player focused they were, but they just didn't give out rewards much better than say Genshin first anniversary. And so the Woowa players are really, really pissed off. And then they had to basically come out and say, look, we actually had a bunch of other stuff planned, but the reception to our stream has been so atrocious that now we've got to tip our hand.
yeah,
So basically, in an environment like that, there's a strong incentive for ZZZ to try and steal the thunder of Woowa, who is their direct competitor in terms of gameplay mechanics. Like, because Woowa is basically a hybrid of ZZZ and Genshin. It's got sort of ZZZ type combat mechanics, but a Genshin type open world. And from all accounts, it's executing it quite well.
yeah.
Um,
The other thing to keep in mind, like how much currency do you have saved up right now? Because we have ZZ's anniversary coming before we know it.
I've got like 44k or something like that.
Yeah, we've got ZZ's anniversary coming before we know it. And given the history with the game so far, they're probably gonna want to one up everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying with this is that Woo has now sort of like drawn a line in the sand for flubbing their anniversary, and there's going to be a strong incentive to steal that thunder. So that's why I'm like very very reluctant to spend much in the way of resources. Like, and this is also partly due to my time as a Honkai Impact third player. Is that in that you never spend resources unless you absolutely have to, because the spending event will come up and there'll be a free S rank in there somewhere. So, um, yeah, there. So the other characters that have been shown are Jufufu, who everybody is familiar with if they've been keeping up with um, ZZZ, because she's the little Tiger Theron girl.
Mm-hmm.
She's comparatively adorable. She's fire stun. All the people who pulled on lighter are now kicking themselves because they want Jufufu instead. Uh, in terms of combat animations, she she seems to have what looks like a W engine with a tail, and she will occasionally grab this tail and use the W engine as a morning star. But most of her abilities look very similar in sort of pace and animation to Nikomata.
Let's see.
So she's sort of like a very uh quick, rapid attacking, leaves a lot of after images as she moves type of attacker. So she's sort of like somewhere between Jane and Nikomata, except she's a stun character. Um Fire element. And the other one, of course, that they announced is um, China Ben. So yeah, big fat physical defense panda guy. I don't know
Yeah.
what his abilities are or anything like that. He looks 4-star.
Your boy
I mean,
China
he looks
Ben.
like an A rank. Yeah. Whereas Jufufu is 5 as a S rank. Um, and Yishin is also 5-star, obviously, as since she's basically the new Void Hunter rank character. So I presume that their marker for a Void Hunter rank character is going to be that they have their own twist on an element, or maybe in the future their own twist on a job, since she's also going to be the debut Rupture character. But yeah, so yeah, there's lots of information now floating around, and they've drip marketed Yishuin and Panda Ben. They have not formally drip marketed Jufuhu, but everybody knows she's in the game because we've already talked to her before. Um, but yeah, so the landscape is definitely going to go through a bit of a shift, especially with their stated intention to have other characters in the team linger on the field more after use and so on. Um,
Yeah, I think we see a
yeah,
bit of that with Vivian, and that they want a very powerful effect with her, and but she has to get on the field, do the EX move, and do the floaty dive.
yeah.
So
So yeah, mechanically that's where we're at, and I still have not, after all of this discussion, managed to move my position one way or another on whether or not I pull Vivian.
well,
Um,
think
I,
about it.
I may be one of those cases where I just allocate. We will try this many pulls, and if it goes well, great. If it doesn't go well, I'm a little bit closer to pity for Yishin, so that might end up being what I do. Fortunately, there are some reasonable A rank W engines for her that are sort of like within 15 to 20% of her signature, because her signature is only about 15% ahead of baseline, and like her first memoryscape is like 20 odd percent ahead of baseline. So the mindscape is basically, if you're just trying to capitalize on Vivian's power specifically, her mindscape's actually better than her signature. But of course, it won't make her hair glow, which is the most important thing. But Weep and Cradle will work just fine for her.
Yep, but uh, yeah, I have not looked at much of the leaks and stuff. I generally don't for
I
for
have
these
not
things.
tried to look at any leaks for ZZZ. I do follow the leaks for Honkai Star Rail because the development direction is so volatile at present. But ZZZ just sort of fed them to me this week, unprompted. So that's why I know this stuff.
Yeah. What's a way to put this? With when like Mavwiko and them were getting their leaks, because the leaks were everywhere and unavoidable if you searched for any kind of Poyo stuff in the last like 12 months. Uh, I was in on it then, but after that, I didn't really go digging for any kind of leaks, and have returned to my usual. And they've chilled out considerably since then, and since I've been playing other stuff, the YouTubes has not felt the need to listen in on the conversation and start recommending videos to me.
Yeah, like, as soon as we got done, as soon as I got done watching you uh playing Fatal Fury, I started getting recommended videos about it. And as soon as we got done the other show talking mentioning Vati, I ended up getting videos about that. Like, I'm getting a bit sick of getting eavesdropped on by Google.
Yeah, it really is just too many coincidences. It's downright conspicuous. Like they clearly are doing something. So yeah, that's for the characters. I would probably say strongly consider at least allocating pulls because anomaly is your weakest role right now for the limited roles we currently have in ZZZ.
We say we, but you're just going to buy out whatever roles you need. So,
Well, I said weakest, but
well, you see limited roles we have. Well, yes,
oh yeah,
we've got
yeah,
limited roles in the
yeah,
sense that I have limited roles and you have a wallet.
yeah. I have
So
bought three.
you've more or less committed to just purchasing any character you like the look of. I can respect that to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'm already all a bit too far in on ZZZ, but until they start hacking me off with decisions, I'm more okay with giving them money. Um, but yeah, so we have the actual story that came out this week. The last thing of the epilogue.
Yeah. So this is to round off the chapter 1 arc as a whole. All of the sort of the major character type loose ends have now got sort of an explanation and a bearing.
Yep. So I overall I thought it was very workable. I don't think it's the best story they put out, but I thought it was very good.
It's more or less similar to my impression of it. There were some things about it. I wouldn't say that they rubbed me the wrong way. That would be too strong. It's more sort of like, well, I think that had more potential than they actually used.
Yeah. So like they have built up a lot of stuff, and if they want to pay off any of it, I wonder if they're kind of scared of getting stuck in the Gimshin trap, where they now have to go back several years later to Mondstadt to try and address some of the plot points they left hanging for 5 years. Like, we'll if we ain't got any immediate plans, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. And maybe we'll pull it out later.
Realistically, I think that there is a certain benefit to farming nostalgia in that way as well, though.
Yeah, I
Like
am.
everybody remembers Mondstadt as where the story all began, so there's a certain amount of cachet to going back to see old friends there. And apparently, according to what they talked about in the stream, um, some of the things said by Mondstadt characters in the that sort of mini event where you would just chat to the characters every day
Mm-hmm.
and see what they were up to. Some of the things that the Mondstadt ones said were actually alluding to the events that are happening in the next patch.
I
They
see.
said nobody knew anything about that at the time.
I only did a handful of those with characters that I happen to bump into.
I did all of them because it's my favorite. My favorite mini event in the game so far because it made the world feel so much more alive.
It it happened at the time I was taking a break too, or for about a month and a half. So circuit
Go bully Squiddle again.
was well this is the angry Squidopus.
Yeah, this is the one where you can. This is the one that provides the materials to craft the shades, so you can be like your favorite character in Fatal Fury.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. So yeah, um, it's most of it's just wrapping up the uh, s- Phaethan's adventures with Lycone and Hugo, and it spends a lot of time with going into and wrapping up Hugo and Mockingbird's initial story they got going on there. They've left enough wiggle room, I feel, that if they really wanted to in the future, they could get away with a bit more with Mockingbird without without things going to pot because the stuff with Tops just kind of in that organization just kind of leaves a very green pasture for them to exploit. I'm taking them down.
The thing that I feel was most sort of conspicuous about that, I suppose, was it felt kind of a little bit weird to me that there's only two members in Mockingbird.
Yeah,
It's like, huh? Normally they have factions that are bigger than that.
yeah. Even the Bangbu, he uh he only requires one Mockingbird member to to trigger his unique Bangbu effect. So but I thought it was really good. I thought actually Hugo's section of the story was really well done, all things considered, for what they were going for.
I feel like it had extremely strong Aventurine vibes.
It did, and the whole time I was like, I get the feeling we've done something very similar to this before. But they
I'm not trying
kept
to say it was a bad thing. I'm just saying that it was very familiar in various ways.
it kind of felt because it happened in a warehouse that left Hugo isolated. It gave it a different enough vibe that I was like, okay, we can roll with. Stuck with my hammer spin.
Oh my goodness me. The squid the squid is not being my friend. Oh my goodness me, man. I'm using bow for this. Very much the bow.
His head is just a little too high for my bonkin stick to bonk. Trying to bonk it.
Oh my goodness me.
He didn't like that. But yeah, I think it's worth it just for the Hugo sections, if nothing else. I thought his little isolated bit in the warehouse and his interactions with Lycone were very good character moments. Unfortunately, all the characters there were icky boys, and the only girl present was busy being a simp or a lady simp, I suppose.
I felt like they made up a little bit too easily.
Yeah. Oh, you actually got the hit on the mouth.
Entirely by accident, I assure you.
I'll take the free full charge hit. Don't have iframes like with dual blades. I need to stop trying to do that. You can break the mouth?
Yes, it's just you don't often get an opportunity to shoot at it. It's on the breakable targets list.
So I did like the end of Vivian's story with the little personal stuff. Uh, there's probably more potential there for the reveal of Phaeton's ability to interact with Ether, but it worked fine. It wasn't offensive.
Though it was, I don't think it was offensive, but I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred if it had happened in a way that they could roll more quickly into a better explanation so that it didn't just feel like super chosen one powers.
Yeah, I can get that.
It's a minor niggle, but it did bother me just a little bit.
Yeah, it could have used more foreshadowing, but we also had the most of this patch dedicated to what was clearly a very planned out Hugo and Vivian and Mockingbird with Lycon's story. So the runtime would have gotten ridiculous, and even though they seem to be willing to throw money at ZZZ for budget, uh, they uh, they probably have a limit.
Yeah, it seemed just a little bit contrived, just a little bit contrived,
Yeah,
because it's that's sort of I know that there's going to be the opportunity for them to explain some of this by way of normalization, I guess you could call it. The thing that I appreciate the least was the attempted explanation. That was the thing that I thought was just kind of a bit crappy, which was it's actually always been this way. You have actually always been able to reverse ether corruption crystallization. It's just we don't normally try because it's hard. It's like the way you do that is by you have it be discussed earlier, so that's part of your body of knowledge going in. Not the mayor comes in to tell you, oh, actually, you've always been able to fix this problem. It's just it's kind of hard to do, so we don't normally attempt it.
yeah. The reason I'm not going to rag on it too hard is because they did patch after patch build up more and more to this with hints at the beginning, and then the 1.4 story came out, and we got the stuff with that happens after the bringer fight, and I don't know where my circuit's going. We are taking the longest route possible. I think my circuit went the wrong direction and got lost.
Yeah, like, well, I have quite a lot of minor niggles with this chapter of the story, but they're all very minor. There's quite a lot of them, but none of them I consider to be terribly significant.
Yeah, we've just had enough good moments throughout the story that so far that I'm willing to let it slide on any of the minor stuff that I can think of. Um, can you please let me stand up?
No, he don't know want to do that, man.
Go fight the person that's actually doing damage to you. Fine, I'll
Did he die of that slicing pod that I flicked at him while he was in midair?
I did an upswing too. I don't know if it connected or not, but yeah, he probably died from that. Bad Jim. But yeah, but they at least made an effort to foreshadow all of it with the stuff with the build-ups patch over patch that there's something up with the twins. I don't know where they're going to
I
go with
mean,
it.
they were foreshadowing that, but the reason why I highlighted the specific case was because they used the canard of telling us it's always been that way,
Yeah,
and I don't like that in particular, that technique. Like if they had just said, "Oh well, it's just a mystery. We'll have to look into it more to explain it," that would have been easier to accept than, "Oh, this isn't actually something strange. It's not actually something strange. You just personally haven't seen it before. That's all." I didn't really like that because they have talked about, you know, getting getting ether corruption and turning into ethereal has been like the grim fate that everybody's trying to avoid in every situation. But the idea that you can just go to the hospital and they'll just undo it for you, it's just really hard to do. That's a bit more. Well, we haven't seen any situations in the past where somebody gets all the way to nearly crystallizing and then somehow they get dragged out of the hollow and they go to the hospital and it's okay.
yeah,
It's like, well, we don't have any reason to believe it's true that it's a conventional treatable thing and it's just bad luck that most people don't get treated.
it's possible that's just the localizers dropping the ball too. and with some of the nuance and the wordage there, with how common it is. But we'll see with it. A lot of the stuff with Bell and Wise coming up is going to be a we'll wait and see. It's definitely got me interested to see what they're going to do with it, and I think the Mockingbird chapter shows they have a surprising level of competence at keeping characters relevant to the story. And Nicole is quickly becoming the event archon of this game.
Well, I mean, she's always Johnny on the spot if there's going to be a get rich quick scheme in the offing.
Mm-hmm. So I'm happy that's there. So the stories for all the other, while they may be individually concluded in air quotes, like you finish the main story. Ipsaros, I'm trying to mine this node. Please go away.
Yeah, I felt like the little epilogue bit sort of dangled a bit oddly as well. Like I really like Yushuin, her unique spells are kind
Oh,
of amusing.
and
Um,
make everybody go away from the fortune teller spell.
yeah, and to her spell that she teaches to the Bangbu to make bullies seem less annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really enjoyed her. But it just seemed weirdly tacked on that did not really lead anywhere. It's like, and then suddenly we're going to go on an errand with this random woman who knows all the stuff that we really want to know, but we're not going to ask that many relevant questions, and she's not telling.
Yeah.
So why you tease us like this, mate?
Probably. I mean, they kind of did something similar with Astra, but it was because we aren't planning to have some kind of big event with her in the immediate future. It's going to happen in the story we know because she's an upcoming character. But it still was kind of there. I think this is just going to be their method of getting the next character for the next cycle in people's minds.
I suppose they have the luxury of doing it this way because they aren't covering an enormous geographical area like Genshin and Star Rail. Like, there's no real way for you to meet characters early in those games.
Mm-hmm.
So they decide to go on a field trip.
Yeah. So that's all I really got to say about the story. I don't have anything specific that I disliked about it, but I don't have anything that's really a standout, super big, good moment either. There's no like some of the other stuff in ZZZ. But
Yeah, I didn't think that there was anything particularly grand that happened. I'm I'm sort of glad that they didn't go through with a redemption arc for the antagonist
oh
because
yeah,
it wouldn't have made any real sense at all. And I was a little bit surprised to see how hard they tried to signal that they were. But I liked the fact that she was basically unmovable. She had gotten to the point where she was basically unmovable.
yeah,
Because if she had folded on that, then her character wouldn't have made any sense.
yeah. Well, she's been brought up that way her whole life, and now she's only one more quest in Wyveria.
I'm just fishing this pond dry. Not that I use any of the stuff I get from them. Come on, fish, nibble, nibble, nibble
But
the way you want to.
yeah, like it makes sense that her whole life she's only had one way that she knows how to think because of her dad. But it did seem a little odd. I was a little worried they were going to pull the this is totally going to be a future character and stuff. No, none of that. I was like, oh, thank goodness, we just get to do some bad guy bopping.
With a team player who is forced to fight solo.
Yeah, but that said, the fight was scaled and calibrated with the trial Vivian. That it made it a suitably fun fight, not a particularly challenging one, but a fun one. I don't recall anything about the fight with me going, I was a little dumb.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. It was just that it, it felt kind of weird that you're basically reduced to a suite of auto attack until you've got EX energy, then blow your EX, then go back to auto attacking. Try not
Mm-hmm.
to get hit. That's like the whole mechanic of the fight. There's nothing else other than that. And I don't think that that's necessarily bad in context. It just felt odd.
especially
after.
especially with the Hugo and Lycon fights, where you get to control one of them because who are meant to be on fielders and actually have a kit that works and can deal damage. And like the Lycon
Yeah,
versus Hugo fight with you controlling Lycon, I thought was really really good. I think that was previous patch, but yeah, like so you had that standing against it, and so it just kind of lost impact because of the character we're playing. She's not built to do that kind of uh one-on-one fisticuffs.
I'm gonna bully Squidopus again. He's the most optimal one. The bonuses from the other ones are sort of like low level Artian parts on Rathalos and HR on on Guardian de Shoguma, so Squidopus is the only one that's really going to benefit us in that zone.
Yep. But yeah, other than that, that's all I got for ZZZ. Really, it's now in farm mode until the next patch, and I have I'm basically just pulling willy nilly on ZZZ. If I like a character, I'll make the attempt. If I really like the character, I'll make the attempt on the character and the Winjin.
and and then crack the wallet. This is the extra thing that you've added.
And then if their name is Bernice and or Jane or Ambi, I will crack the wallet. Yes.
There's a lot of speculation that maybe Yeshuen is the original template for the NB series.
Possible. Um, I'm I'm really playing this right as it goes without jumping. I haven't thought too much about where they're going with it. Because historically I have not been able to parse between acts where a Hoyo game's going before.
So I've got the sword out. Get the bow out so that I can fail to do damage.
Oh, hold R2
Oof.
first. Then we charge it.
This thing bounces around so much. I've got no stamina. I need to eat a ration.
Got the bonk on the back tentacles before it flopped away.
Still can't eat a ration. Furiously trying to eat this ration. Oh my goodness, let me.
Please make the circuit stop stop eating all my hammer swings.
Oh my goodness, this thing's just always at such long range. I've only got close range coatings.
It takes so long to get the offset move with the hammer up. Gotta do 3 twirlies and press and keep the button held. But
Oh
yeah,
my goodness, he's never in range of me. Every
uh,
time I get close to him, he just dashes across to the other side of the area.
I accidentally started carving circuits.
Oh my goodness, cut me some slack.
Are the cats. Oh, he threw it over there. Oh, yep, I knew that was coming.
Can't get this to work for love nor money. I can't hit him because he won't stand still long enough.
Yeah, he keeps flopping away from me, so I'm having trouble getting up there to At least there's a little bit of armor on that move. Looks like I can soak one minor hit. Oh,
Bow is basically unplayable without an egregious amount of stamina management.
yeah, dual blades are. Oh, that poor doggo. Oh, I just broke doggo's head by accident.
Why you bully our boy like that?
Sorry, doggo. Wound right on that head if I can. There we go. Right. So yeah, I don't have much more to talk about with ZZ.
Well, I don't got anything else either, so it's over to your week now.
Let's do the email after we'll get started on my week. And after we kill this Zulu, let's go ahead and do the email. So my week. We'll start with the baby thing since that'll go pretty quick. New DLC for uh goodness, I'm brain farting. Vertigo 2 came out. It seems to be just a big giant dungeon, and very much so in the classic Metroid style, not the modern Metroid style that gets bandied around with the term Metroidvania. Just a big, lots of hallways, similar tile set, mini puzzles throughout, and some fun new movement mechanics with one of the characters. So far, there might be more to it, but it's fun enough. Vol watched me play a goodly chunk of it. Um, $10 for a couple hours or something like that. It's all right. It's fun. If you already like the game and the way it feels to play, probably worth it. Although it's going to be a bit of a departure so far, because it's much less on the terrible comedy and story and exploring the levels the traditional way that the Vertigo games have done it. Hence Operation Bonk. Land that focus attack. Might be able to down him from concuss damage. Or that might work. Actually, you know what? I have not mounted this guy yet. Oh, I got thrown off.
You must have been really close to a down and just went down from damage or something.
It said tempered wound busted. So there must have been a tempered wound on him that popped. Threw me off. But yeah, it's okay. If you like the game already, I've only got one more upgrade that I can see on the menu, and it does feel very short for a DLC, a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours tops. But it's one guy making it, so it's whatever. I like Vertigo. Um, it's if for $10, yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Fatal Fury thing I can talk about. I could potentially talk about the most, but I just don't have as much to say on it as I probably would like. Um, Mostly this is because the game is just Hang on, I'm scooting. Scooting. Oh, I missed it. I got too close. Ow. Oh, that's why I'm suddenly doing way less damage. All the way down to green sharpness on my hammer. Don't you know you need to sharpen your hammer?
All right, you do, don't you? Ouch, that was not fair. You bully squid. Oh, come on. Right. That's that dealt with.
Right. So Fatal Fury. Um, I had wanted to play a technical fighter to see where I stand on them for a while. So for people that don't know the difference, there is a reason there is a clear divide between anime fighters and Street Fighter type technical fighters in the fighting game scene. You may think people looking out for the inside from the outside may think it has to do just with the anime aesthetic, and while that's a part of it and not an insignificant part of it, the bigger
No, it's
aspect
the biggest aspect is to do with their outrageous elitism.
that too. But the biggest distinguishing factor in terms of play between the two is that anime fighters generally offer a much freer range of movement, and technical fighters are much stricter on what you can link together, cancel out of, etc. And the inputs usually have to be significantly more deliberate. And this is true for Fatal Fury for the most part, although it does ease it quite a bit compared to your Street Fighters. You don't have to manually learn every single link. Uh, there's a fairly easy link of normals you can learn with most characters that is usually something like standing standing light punch, standing heavy punch, standing heavy punch, crouching light kick, crouching heavy kick. And that's fairly workable on every single character and easy to mash out with no timing required for it. It's not great damage, but it's better than nothing while you're still figuring stuff out. And you can experiment in the middle of that to figure out where stuff can be canceled, etc. There's a lot of in-depth works in the game. Things like being able to break moves by pressing. They have a special button in this game. Oh, I guess I'll describe the button layout. The button layout for Fatal Fury is light punch, light kick, heavy kick. And there's also a rev button and a rev blow button. So light punch, light kick, heavy kick, do what you would expect them to do. And by doing motions with either of those, you'll do a special move assigned to punch or kick. And you'll get the light or the heavy version. Or if you press both of them, you'll get the EX version. The rev button is special. The rev button does a crap load of stuff, and you want it on a very accessible button if you're playing on pad. Basically, it allows you to push block, or block with more pushback to get you out of pressure situations. It lets you dash on command. It's also your dash command button, so you don't have to double tap. You can dash cancel by holding forward and pressing the rev button. You can, and some special moves can just be stopped partway through their animation by breaking them with the rev button. This costs meter to do, but it allows you to stop a combo string that's going badly in an unexpected spot, so maybe your opponent's not positioned to punish, or you can interrupt something to continue a longer combo string if they come flying at you at a wacky angle or something. Really, it's mostly used for more advanced players. Once you get the hang of it, it's interesting. I have not got the hang of it yet. It seems like a fun thing, but I do not think I'll stick with the game long enough to really learn that. I don't like the game as much as I do Anime Fighters, and certainly not as much as Grand Blue. And
And you just don't look cool playing it.
yeah, it's a very technical fighter. So your moves are very simple and straightforward. You're not doing the cool over the top moves. But yeah, basically the TLDR is while my footsie game is significantly better, my combo game is not in technical fighters, which was to be expected. But basically, none of Grand Blue has transferred over to technical fighters. Because the game is just very, very touchy and strict. And part of this is SNK. Being SNK, they've always had stricter Dragon Punch, etc. inputs than even like Street Fighter. But the trade-off is their links and combos are more forgiving in what you can link together, and the ease of button presses being like 12 frame links instead of 2. So so yeah, that's what you get with that. The other reason I scooped it instead of Street Fighter 6 is because I'm still not sanguine with Street Fighter 6 after they fired Ruben from Street Fighter 5. When Ono threw his hissy fit before he left to go work at Delight Works and become a top dude there, he threw a hissy fit because Ruben was like, "Hang on a minute, maybe we should, hear out the Vic stuff instead of just, blanketly throwing the guy under the bus because of me too." This was enough for Ono to hear about it and throw a hissy fit. Now, while Itsuno was still at Capcom, Ruben called him basically. It's like, "Hey, I still got a job because I just got fired as Ken." And Itsuno's like, "Really? Hang on." He's like, "Yeah, I don't know what Ono's smoking, but you're still Dante. I don't intend to replace you." Well, Itsuno's not at Capcom anymore. So as long as that's in flux, even though he's got a cameo in the new Punching Gray Raven crossover with doing Dante's voice, I still am not happy that Capcom did that, because Ruben has gone out of his way to promote your product a ton for both Street Fighter and Devil May Cry, and and you just threw him under the bus because he did not go along with the Me Too movement. Yeah, no, none of that. Not having that. So I didn't want to support Street Fighter at all. Um, so that was all the options for a technical fighter to try out. And this game, Fatal Fury, has been MIA for a while, where Terry and Mai have basically migrated to King of Fighters as their home franchise because Fatal Fury was pretty much dead. We hadn't seen a game in like 20 years. So I like Terry and Mai. They're fun. They're fun characters. I like that Terry's just a dude and just a cool, upstanding gentleman of South City or wherever they're at.
Who will ask you, "Are you okay?"
Bust and then go bust a woof. But there was some, but there are some issues with it. Notably, a lack of a roster at launch. While this has become more and more standard, unfortunately, in these in fighting games, I do know Fatal Fury had a smaller budget than most because SNK isn't Capcom. They don't have the money coffers to print this stuff out. The art style has very stylized shadowing that just kind of makes everything look a little muddy. I'm not a big fan of it, and from what I can tell, most people aren't. I'm not quite sure why they went this direction. And in general, it's just it has the other issue of its simple controls are not like Grand Blue. So for people that I think Grand Blue solved the simple control problem. Like the issue of progressing to the point of being able to play the fighting game as a game by taking the motion away but keeping the entirety of the rest of the moveset. Grand Blue solved this. And the way it solved this was you press a direction or neutral on the stick and the skill button. And you press the light, medium, or heavy version, depending on which one you want. Or the blue or the drive button if you want the super version. And that's it if you want simple inputs. The rest of the moveset is identical to the normal arcade mode because we don't need simple commands to make us do combos. The point of simple commands, I feel, should be just to remove the motion inputs. Because you can learn combos naturally playing. You'll experiment pushing different buttons as you fight people if you don't want to go lab in training mode. That's what I did with Charlotta. And I can do nearly optimal combos just from playing. And the reason I can do that is because the simple controls in that game allowed me to experiment freely without having to worry about flubbing everything because of poor execution on the motions. But in Fatal Fury, what they just lock the entire moveset away, and you now have a basic punch kick button that decide which is optimal based on the range you are from your opponent and may or may not be right. And they have a button that is just full auto combo for like 60% of a person's HP bar if you've got the meter for it. It is crazy how optimal that auto combo is, because there are people pulling this off day one. And at first I thought, man, these are day one players. And I saw everybody doing it. And then I ran into some more of the same characters doing the exact same combo. I'm like, oh, this is the auto combo, ain't it? I looked it up. Yeah, that's the auto combo. And I was not playing this because I don't like my normals being taken away. And it does have the same special move system as that Granblue does, but it does this stupid auto combo system just makes it stupid. I thought that Granblue had solved this, but apparently not. So yeah, they flubbed that up pretty bad, and this is a reason I'll be going back to Granblue. After a little bit here. Basically just waiting for Galleon to come out. And leave Fatal Fury on the shelf for a while until it gets some DLC, some more characters in the roster, and they do some patches on stuff. The other thing about the game that makes it a little awkward to talk about is because of the simple combo system, I don't know how good any of the characters I was playing are. And I gravitated towards Mai, because Mai is the OG sexy ninja girl, and she makes all the right people angry. And she's just a ton of fun to play. Like, Mai is a lot of fun to play. Lots of free aerial movement and tricky ways to come down. Fun, interesting specials on the ground with her flame breath and her fan chucks and stuff like that. Just a fun character to play. There's a problem. A rather big one with Mai, though. Her DP is not invulnerable immediately. I would do the Dragon Punch motion. I eventually figured out. At first, I didn't think she had an invincible version, because the EX1 wasn't invincible and the heavy one wasn't invincible. And in every other fighting game, those are the invincible ones. No, it's her light version that has invincibility on it. But the problem still remains because that invincibility is not frame 1. If it is not frame 1 invincible, when you're standing up off the ground, if the opponent is pushing buttons and you see them pushing buttons, you cannot use your DP to get them off of you unless you are frame 1 invincible. Because if they happen to time a meaty attack over your head that's active when you stand up and you have put the DP motion in, unless you are invulnerable on frame 1, you're getting hit. So Mai runs into a problem with the pressure game, where the most optimal thing for players to deal with her is stand over her head and push buttons. And you have a very hard time breaking out of this. So I switched to Hotaru, who does have a frame 1 DP. And it was...
You got a humongous losing streak.
I did, but that was mostly because I did not know my character. But the wake up game was much better, and the footsies game was way better. I just was losing on combo damage and not knowing how to play my character. So tried Terry a little bit. Terry's DP, he does have a DP as well. Seems like most of the cast, unless your name's Mai, does. But his moves, if I really wanted to stick out and play him, he'd probably be a lot of fun to play. And his moves make sense or intuitive, but I just didn't put much time into him. I have not done any of the single player stuff yet. There's a whole story mode there they've got this time. The main character is Terry's adopted kid, the son of Geese Howard. So not sure where they're going with that. But I'll probably play through the single player at some point, and may dive back into online if I really want to sit down and try and figure some stuff out. Um, but yeah, I there's another thing that stops me from recommending this game. Now, I get that. Okay, let me rewind. How do I want to untwist this pretzel? Um, there are celebrity guest characters in the game. One of them is football, soccer, Cristiano Ronaldo dude who looks like crap and is janky as all get out. Not fun to play against, and as an American, his existence offends me.
I have no idea if he sold his likeness to SNK to put in the game, or if he paid them to put him in the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
He is like the most well paid footballer in the world, so he could afford it.
Yeah. And then you have the other guy who I did not know jack crap about and still kind of don't, because he's just weird. And that's Salvatore Ganacci,
It was a DJ.
who is a DJ from the Europop scene. I think he might be Brazilian.
I think he's Eastern European, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like that. And his whole trademark for his character as a DJ is just being weird. And
Well,
this,
he's sort of like a DJ slash comedian. Like he does comedy skits and things.
I see. Like, I know he has a music video about kidnapping grandmas and stuff. Uh, so yeah, that's this guy. His moveset is funny and quirky, and he's not a joke character in that he is good apparently, or good enough to be played seriously, and you can actually do okay with him. He's not a Dan, but his moves are very difficult to read. The only part that really grinds my gears with him every single time I go up against one is his throw animation. Because it takes so long for that throw animation to play. Like every other character, like my grabs you and it's a quick flip over. And we're back to the reset game and can go do Oki and reset to neutral. Or start the pressure string game. The game continues. With Ganachi, you are standing there. He has to do his little quirky dance and act like he's going to let you go and then push you over. And this takes like 4 or 5 seconds every single time. And a throw happy Salvatore that keeps landing grabs because throws are unreactable in this game. You have to hard read them because it's a defensive option on wake up. They can just if they start getting these, they're just going to make you take forever. And it just really grinds my gears with it. But he is the lesser offensive of the two, I think. Part of this is because the dude is apparently just a genuine fan of SNK fighting games, and especially the Fatal Fury characters, even though he's mostly only played King of Fighters.
Not as much of a fan of them as he is of tracksuits, though.
Yeah, he likes his tracksuits. So the biggest YouTube personality in the FGC, Maximilian Dude, was bagging on the game because of some controversy that's going on, trying to preserve his image, presumably. And so what the guy did was he went into the YouTube comment section on his own official account and asked Max what size tracksuit he wears. He has a gift for him, and we have no idea where this is going. It has sparked just the memes, and he's showing up all over the place with people that are playing and talking about the game and just interacting with people and having a good time with them. And he's apparently a stand-up guy from people that actually have interacted with him and know a bit about him. But he's so far out of my scene, I can't verify any of these. But yeah, quirky guest characters. I much prefer those slots. He can be as stand-up a guy as he wants. I would have much preferred more Fatal Fury characters because we just haven't seen these guys in their home franchise in forever, and I like to experiment more with them. But no, we get real-world celebrity guest characters. So very weird. it's coming out at a good time, and that there's uh, all the DLC for fighting games that are currently out is kind of muddy and or a ways off, or there's at least about 2 or 3 weeks before it comes out. I think Galleon comes out in like a month in Grand Blue, and I think Street Fighter's not got something for a bit. So a lot of people that like fighting games and were kind of itching to play one, it did get a pretty good buy-in, I think, from that. Just because we've kind of been in a valley before we hit a bigger peak, because they always come, whether we want to or not. Uh, but yeah, I can't in good conscience recommend the game at all to general player base. I can't even recommend it to general fighting game fans. If you want to experiment with a technical fighter where your execution is just going to be harder and are okay with dealing with the simple controls mess, or maybe you want to opt into that and you think that's fun, then you can go for it. That's about the only type of person I could recommend it to, or if you're already a player of technical fighting games who already
Hardcore
bought the
SNK autist.
yeah, you've already bought the game and you don't need me to recommend it to you. So the gameplay is competent, and there's a lot of fun stuff it seems like you can do, especially if you sit down and really autistically learn the game like SNK encourages you to do. Um, the clubbed uh, way they've done simple controls, and remembering just how rough it is to do inputs on SNK in SNK games to get them to consistently come out when you want them to, will probably make me not stick with the game for very long. So I'm looking at a couple weeks of on and off play, and then I'll check back in when some more DLC characters come out. But yeah, it doesn't get a general recommendation from me, but it's interesting if you have not played a technical fighter in a while, like I haven't been playing mostly anime fighters, or you're an SNK autist. So that is Fatal Fury. Let's see here. We want to do the email before I do Kezan talk and we do wrap up stuff, because I don't want to do email and then wrap up. I think we
I
do that.
mean, if you want to do the email, you have to read it because Mr. Shogun wants to kill me.
I see. Okay. Zarathus, we will make an attempt. It says, "Dear No Excuses. So about Axiom Verge. I was fairly impressed by it, especially after I learned that it was a solo project. It had none of the usual Metroidvania things like double jump or wall climb. It also has like 15 different weapons, of which I used maybe 3 or 4. Unfortunately, I only managed to find one secret area, but from what I have seen in this game is pretty awesome. I cannot fathom what went wrong with the sequel. Take all the guns away, make melee combat, and make your melee have the most pitiful range in the world, and make the map design infinitely worse with even worse upgrades. Like, you take the most colossal step down in every way. Okay. As for Earthbound inspired 16-bit RPGs about mental illness, this seemingly overly narrow subgenre is surprisingly populated. In the case of Amori, it's dissociative amnesia, with the protagonist's subconscious desperately trying to hide what he did. Look, all in all, the game is the brainchild of I'm not reading that word, Fujoshi, with everything that entails. Some people were taken by surprise by the choice of artist for the Omori manga, but knowing Omocat, it really shouldn't have been. I just like seeing competently made user-generated content, not just for Doom, but other games. Also got Vivian. She has rocket boosters under her skirt. Not a euphemism. Now I got access to some actual ether damage and managed to get 11 stars on Shield Defense. Not much else to report, Sarathus. Yeah, the last note on this Shield Defense has a lot of HP. Definitely a bit of a spike on the last node. In particular, I think it was the last node. It might have been one of the other nodes. I cannot remember. I remember one of them I had to pull the brakes and go rejigger the team a bit because whatever I had going wasn't going to work.
Yeah, I think if I don't pull Vivian, I'm going to be behind the 8 ball for weeks, and I sort of resent both sides of that equation. If I pull her, then I would resent the idea of pulling her just to get through the end game. And if I don't pull her, I'll resent the fact that I'm losing just because I didn't pull the newest character.
Yeah. With ZZZ, at least there are other ways to play the game that let you actually use your characters. So if you don't have to mono focus on clearing the end mode as much, because there you can go do Battle Tower. There are plenty of side missions all over the place that all incentivize the use of your characters you've pulled for.
And Battletower doesn't have a freaking timer on it because every freaking Ho-Yo game is obsessed with timers of all sorts.
Yeah. So if you're out of Shiyu defense, all you lose out on is a bit of a 10 pull or a bit of a single pull. It's not like it's the only content in the game where you can use your characters and not being able to do it to completion.
Well, it's not really about that in this case. I've already talked at length about how I'm satisfied with the way they manage their reward system. It's that feeling of going from can do Shiyu defense quite handily to not capable of doing Shiyu defense at all, simply because there's been a rotation in what characters they're trying to promote.
Yeah. I feel like I bump into this problem with all the Hoyo games a little bit, where when I'm on meta, I can or on newest character, uh, some part of it is usually just totally free. And in the case of like the Aglaya one, the Aglaya cycle, it was super duper free. So and the Caster's cycle for that matter, because I got my first full clear during the Caster's cycle. So yeah, I don't know. It's it's you have a lot of primo gems saved up, but it's up to you whether you want to go for it or not. Um, I don't have a firm answer one way or the other. I think budgeting like 50 or 60 pulls and say calling it there if you do or don't get her and just banking if you don't get her to the next banner is probably the correct option
Not
if you're
the
not
next
sold on
banner.
her.
Not the next banner.
Oh yeah, not the next
Definitely
banner.
not the next banner.
The banner after the next one. I think that's a good option because I don't. Well, anomaly for you personally may be your weakest uh, part of your team of your account. I just don't know where she's going to fit yet to make a wholehearted
To some
recommendation.
extent, to some extent, the only reason that it's the weakest part of my roster is that something has to be, right? Like, not everybody has just cracked open the wallet to fill out
To buy a
their
rat,
roster. So ultimately something has to, whatever it is, something has to be, fewer in number. The only reason that I'm vacillating so much on it is because it's not just that Anomaly is my weakest archetype, it's also that Ether is my weakest element.
but yeah. Um, what do you call it? Uh, I as for you, Serathis and Vivian, I know you've gotten a goodly chunk of characters. So you can find a place to put Bernice. Or not Bernice. Why did Bernice come into my brain?
Because you're
Put
always thinking about Bernice at every moment of every day.
that song is catchy. It doesn't let you leave. You can probably find a slot for her. For Axiom Verge, yeah. I think there are a total of 3 secret areas, and there are a ton of they're randomly spawned for the true secret areas with the where the screen gets all pixely and stuff. And there are about 30 different locations they can spawn on the map when I looked at it after I beat the game, and your game will have 3 of them. So that's the way those work. As for the weapons, yeah, some of them are just upgrades of older weapons effectively or fill a similar niche, but given that it was one dude that made it, it's the variety to just play with toys to find niche uses for guns I found was fine. But yeah, you do gravitate towards about 3 or 4 of them for most situations. Let's see. And yeah, fan generated content's fine. I've played some good mods, but Fern is the modder of us 3 that plays the fan made content for games way more than either of us do. I play a
I,
little
I
bit.
used to play. I used to play a bit like when Neverwinter Nights was my main game.
Yeah,
I used to play them back then, but generally speaking, it takes a lot of testimonials that I think are trustworthy before I'll buy in, because just testimonials by themselves are basically useless, because people tend to latch on to modded content, player generated content, as their thing to be in support of player generated content, and they will overlook a multitude of sins in its favor.
yeah. It it does get a whole lot of bias and forgiveness in that way from people. But uh, I don't know if Fern said he played Amori or not. He did he say he played it or didn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, there was a word about the author that makes me definitely never going to buy or play that game. That Serathis put in the email that I'm not going to say for fear of triggering YouTube.
Probably wise.
Or at least screw him with our algorithms. So, yeah, not selling me on that one. Um, but uh, but yeah, if you do try Axiom Verge, oh boy, you're in for or Axiom Verge 2. You're in for a trip. I would definitely wait for that thing to go on deep discount for that little experiment, because otherwise you're going to be mad you spent money. So yeah, uh, thank you for the email, Serathis. I think that about covers it. We talked about Vivian at length in our weeks already, and you can continue to post us on stuff throughout the weeks as you have time to write emails, and we will read them, and Vol will read them next time, because I had to completely focus on your email with my nose in it to not fumble it as much as I did this time. All right.
I'm gonna blame Dysgraphia for that one too.
No, that's writing. I don't have dyslexia, so I can't blame that.
You don't have Dysgraphia either.
No. Well, dysgraphia is not real. The most made up. We just need to have a disorder because we can make money off of it thing I've ever heard in my life. Dysgraphia. Anyway, right. So, continuing on with my week and the media we've gone through. The last thing I have to talk about is Kazan.
Team
I've
Chaos.
Yep, I have now finished the game. I 100%ed it on the way through. Did all the bonus missions, most of which don't have any unique bosses in the bonus missions, but they do usually end uh, in a hard mode version of a boss you've already fought. So it'll be a boss that you've already fought in the main story, jacked up, or starting immediately in its hardest phase. So Paul actually watched me beat the final boss.
Took some time.
Yeah. So and that was after round one of attempts that went about for 2 or 3 hours. Like learning the timing is perfect, block all that stuff in phase one. It took me a bit to get back in the groove of it, but all the learning from it was done beforehand, before you started watching me. So, final verdict on the game. If you like the Souls-like subgenre, go buy this game. The the little nits I could pick with it having all basically boil down to it having the Neo Gear system, which I think is the worst of all the Souls games, but they tone it down enough that even I can't really make a big deal of it. Let's see here. There we go. Roaring hard.
He sure is.
Tried to put me to sleep, and this made me sheath my weapon. Hang on, I'm attempting to try to grab Eos, so that air is incoming.
He's farted on me.
Trying to figure out stuff with a hammer. Anyway, yeah, I kind of want to focus when I talk about Kezan, but so before we jump into the bosses, the new bosses that I fought through, we'll continue with my evaluation of the rest of the game. So I mentioned a few things about the game last time, and how the bosses were the highlight. This remains true. Um, the trash only gets easier as time goes on, and you learn the intricacies and quirks of the game. But the level design is really, I think, the weakest part. But it's still passable. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just it could always be better. And I think they played it safe, which, given the ambitious health bars on their boss fights, is probably a good thing at the end of the day. But it is what it is. Let's see here. The gameplay, I finally got to dig into all the weapons fairly thoroughly and understand them a bit more, especially Spear, which is the weapon I stuck with. Um, so I mentioned before how all the weapons are very different. Well, let's how does that play out? So you got dual blades that, or dual wield rather, which is a sword and an axe. Um, they are mostly there for the being the quickest weapon. Their swift attack is the strongest, and it does the most damage, has the most armor on it, and has the highest chance to stagger of all the swift attacks. So that's your light attack. The great sword is one standard unit great sword. The quirk of the great sword is, while the spear doesn't have a preference for blocking or dodging, the great sword very much wants you to parry and perfect block, or brink guard as they call it, which is their blocking at the last possible second, because a not insignificant chunk of their damage is tied to that mechanic, and that they do damage every single time they perfect guard, which makes the weapon a very slow and deliberate weapon, as you would expect with greatsword, and taking your opportunities to get one or two single big colossal hits in wherever you can. Swing arc on my focus attack is making it very hard for me to land that head for concuss damage with focus attack. Gravios.
Don't worry, you've got plenty of time. I haven't done any damage to him because I can't catch his tail. He just spins on the spot every time I get close to it.
There we go. Trying to bonk his tempered wound on his head because I have a hammer. Okay,
And
concussion.
I still haven't managed to land a hit on him because you concussed him, so he moved further away from me just as I caught up to where he was. And he rotated, so I missed all my hits then as well. I still haven't done any damage. Fantastic.
So yeah, the great sword, not my play style. The big heavy weapons usually. I'm playing it here because the hammer is so simple that bonkin is kind of just in the cards, and you can do that whenever. His tail is the biggest pain in the butt to remove. I've not been focusing on it. Was trying to bonk his head.
Well, it's not like you can do any damage to it anyway. You may need to sharpen that hammer, but it doesn't have an edge. Oh, great. I nearly caught his tail, but now he's at the bottom of the freaking cliff. Whoops, that wasn't what I intended. But
Well,
okay.
take the take the mark on his tail and then go for the dismount move.
I forgot that Greatsword has a jumping attack when you go down a slope.
I'm just gonna sit here and twirl my hammer. Oh no, I'm not. He's gonna hit bump me.
Gotcha. Goodness, that took a while.
So yeah, there was a Gravios medulla in that tail. Oh, there's another Gravios medulla in that tail. So yeah, so you may be surprised because normally you're used to seeing me with fast weapons, in games, and going for So you might want to think how it went with dual wield because it seems to have uh the best overall balance when trying to go for fast attacks and high mobility. It seems to be really tailored for both that and still not sacrificing very much stagger power, so you can actually get some combos going. But I actually gravitated to the spear, which had a very interesting effect. The spear does not favor dodging or brink guarding. It wants you to do both. And what this means is you can use whichever one you want for the scenario that's appropriate and get some mileage out of it. Now, there's a caveat to this, as always with these games. Things have trade offs, and the trade off for the spear is you do not have anywhere close to the level of stagger power that either of the other two weapons do by default. You cannot just use the spear and its more freeform nature to get stun locks and big damage on boss monsters. You're going to have to first land a 3-hit combo. Now, as you progress down the skill tree for the spear, you will unlock more 3-hit combos that allow you to get to the end of a combo chain. And it doesn't really matter which one you do, they all, as long as it ends in a light attack, will give you a very powerful buff that lets you do a half damage follow up to all of your attacks. That also, in addition to that, lets you gain significantly more stagger power on your horizontal swinging heavy attacks. So, stop. Oh, camera away, dang it. Call my circuit, carve the Gravios.
all those grandiose parts we need.
Yeah. So this leads to an interesting push and pull where you have better options available if you can maintain your buff than the other two weapons do. But the trick is, this means after every time you stagger a monster, you are heavily incentivized to take the offensive option. And that there is usually, you can stop, heal, reposition, and get ready to block and dodge again if you're dual blades with the greatsword. With the spear, you are incentivized to go on offense immediately and start building up a 3-hit combo before the boss gets an opportunity to move again. So you start that after that recovery phase with your buff. If you know the boss's patterns, you can really abuse this to get some good stagger windows for some big damage, especially against human enemies that have a white stamina bar. Because while that stamina bar is smaller and easier to break, it does recover if you let up. And the bonus stamina damage you do with the spear once you get the buff up is quite significant. The problem is you have to maintain the buff, which means every 15 seconds you need to land a three-hit combo or you lose it. And if you don't have that buff, you're in trouble. Because you need to wait for very specific punish windows on the boss that'll allow you a full 3 hits to get it back. Or you need to just kind of live with the fact that you're going to be not doing very much until you finally can stagger that boss and break its guard. Now, the spear does get a lot of stamina damage with its perfect blocks, but it's not as much as the dual blades, and it's doesn't do any damage like the greatsword does. So all you're doing is progressing the stamina bar down, which works for balancing the factor of all of this sounds like negatives for the spear, but it has longer range than everything. So it kind of needs it to not become OP. Because range is a big deal in these type of games. So in addition to that, I liked the toolbox nature of the spear, so I stuck with it. It just has a whole lot of special moves that you can pick from. And being able to freely respec means you can just swap those out to whichever one you think you need or whichever one you just want to play with at the time. And the special moves in general just offered a more diverse set. The go-to one and the one I used for the final boss was Spiral Thrust. That's a gap closer that you can charge. That if you fully charge it, it almost always will break guard on the enemy and get a stagger. But you got to get the window to do it. And you do need the buff up to get the stagger. So, all the bosses from the point I left off last week, which was boss 7, I think, they were all, for the most part, good. There were no stinkers in there. They really did focus their effort in making these boss fights big and fun. Most of them took, multiple attempts, around an hour, 2 hours. But once I got in the groove of the game, none of them were too bad. They're all very learnable. And then we got to Ozma, and he was a two-nighter. Well,
Ozma does what Ozma pleases.
So I had a feeling the way this game was going and the way it was designing its bosses and how much effort they were putting into it, we were in for a long haul on this one. This is a 5-phase fight with 3 health bars. And I'm just going to spoil it because the story doesn't matter. And even if I tell you everything he does, it's different from going in there and seeing it. So in phase 1, you have him in his mage form, where he is casting spells and doing all kinds of fun stuff like that to you. And phase 1 is not bad at all. It's mostly to demo the moveset for phase 2, the second half of this phase, which will be the same thing, but with extended combos and harder. And it will hit a lot harder. He has a human, so a white stamina bar, which means if you leave him alone, his stamina will recharge and you'll lose your opportunity to break and get a free combo. But he is very staggerable because he is a human enemy, so sometimes you can just get regular stagger windows without breaking the stamina bar. That will in turn break the stamina bar for really extended combos, which rewards pressured offense, which I really like. I like when these games allow me to go get rewarded for knowing when to put the pressure on, and it made the phase 1 go faster and faster and faster. Now, he has a quirk. They can't just let the final boss be comboed to death. Because of all your upgrades this late in the game. So, Ozma is one of the few bosses that has what I've been affectionately calling combo breakers. where he doesn't care if you're in the middle of a combo right now. On an internal cooldown, he can start one of his uh, 3 combo breaker moves, and they all have separate cooldowns. This is from observation. This is not actually documented anywhere. Affects your life. I don't know what they will tell you, but they're wrong. So whatever they said, it's probably the opposite. So he can make his phase 1 version that he does the most is he makes a ring of fire around himself. And you can tell because fire runes start glowing everywhere. It's he's telegraphing it's fire time. You need to dash out of this and get ready to dodge the fire wave that he surrounds himself with from being pushed out towards you. If you are inside of it and you don't dodge out of it or bail early from your combo, you will get cooked and die instantly. He has a very similar version of this in phase 2 as his hardest combo breaker that does chaos damage instead and hits even harder, reduces your max HP if it clips you, and has extra waves that come out when he pushes out that you have to dodge through. And then he's got one in that he can use in either phase that is just he stabs the ground and does a little pulse of chaos damage that hurts if you're standing on it, but is telegraphed for a really long time and pretty easy to dodge out of. The rest of the fight is just a ridiculously long list of moves. The game just wants you to sit down and learn. Like you like learning bosses if you've made it to this point in the game, and sitting down and memorizing move sets and adjusting your playstyle to get around them and deal with them. And oh boy, does Ozma have moves. He has
got moves for days.
He has 20 different special moves he can do, several different attack strings that all get extended in phase 2. And is it a mess? But it's a lot of fun for phase 1. Even having to do it on repeat. Because this fight has no mercy. There is no checkpoint between the health bars. If you die at any point, you go back to phase 1. So after you get him to half health, he's supposed to rise up into the air and do a phase transition move, which he does sometimes, depending on what your DPS is like. If your DPS is on point to stop in the ballpark of 50% HP, he'll go up and do the phase transition move, which you need to perfect dodge. You can't block it. And if you're very fast afterwards, you can knock him out of the air on his come down from the phase transition move after he gets done floating, and get a free combo afterwards. And from this point onwards in the fight, now he has a pair of wings he can just sprout that add a lingering hit that follows every single melee attack he does, and his moveset just radically expands even further, still having access to everything he had in phase 1. Except now he has super versions he can choose to do whenever he wants.
And block your ability to see him by throwing tornadoes all over the room.
Yeah, his chaos combo breaker, the biggest quirk with it is, with the fire combo breaker, after you dodge it, you can go back in and resume pressure. The chaos combo breaker will not let you do that. If he has one of these and you need to be ready for it, because it comes out faster than the fire one does, and after he does it, giant purple chaos twisters will spawn everywhere around him and will slowly move away from him and eventually despawn after about 30 or 40 seconds. But during that time, if you attempt to pressure him afterwards, one of those twisters is going to clip you. And you do not want chaos damage buildup, because chaos damage buildup reduces your max HP. And
well, better get to farming his gear set then.
Yeah, I know, right? It's got 500 chaos resistance on it. For reference, the accessories that are tailored for a specific resistance, like the ring of chaos resistance, which I was wearing for that fight, have 160. So it has something like 3 or 4 times the chaos resist of the accessories. So that fight, that phase of the fight will eventually end. You'll eventually punch through and get it unlocked and get to phase 3, which starts the second health bar. Phase 3, he goes full demon mode and embracing the power of chaos, and it's time to kill Chaos Jack. And his moveset is 120% different. You have to learn an entire new boss on top of the other one. There's literally no carryover. He has a totally different model, totally different attack patterns, and he has a monster's stamina bar now, which means you cannot stagger him. Yes, I'll accept the quest after I get done going over Ozma.
Well, it's just Chatacabra. You don't need to accept it. Like I've just been idly killing Chatacabras while you've been talking.
Okay. So,
He's just such a great monster to beat up on.
that he is. So, Ozma Phase 3 is pretty rough to get to because the Phase 1 and 2, I say this is a 5 phase fight. Each phase could be the length of a whole boss fight. This health bar is ginormous. I think the final kill took me something like 12 minutes. Maybe more, maybe pushing 15. Like, this guy's a long boss fight. So you really need to have your Brink Guard and Brink Dodge game on point. Especially your Brink Guard, even if you're using uh dual wield. Because in phase 3, he has several attacks that if you don't Brink Guard them, so perfect block, parry, whatever you want to call it, if you don't do it, they will get a bonus effect that is awful. And if you cannot Brink Guard the last hit of any of these big attacks, you will not be able to put him into a punish window where he will do a very brief stagger backwards, and you'll get an opportunity for about half a stamina bar's worth of a combo. So learning how to do that is very important. He has all kinds of new moves in this phase. He's a big, scary monster boss now. Lots of big swiping and claw attacks. Lots of lingering trails on his attacks and delays on almost every single combo he has. Meaning you need to learn each individual tell and combo that he's doing in real time. He's a ton of fun to learn in this phase. And when you finally get those Brink Guard timings down to open up those windows on him, to get those punishes, man, it feels really good on this boss. I had a great time learning this phase. So then you get him to half HP in this phase, and we have a new phase. We have a phase 4, which much like the first, much like the first two phases, is an enhanced version of the previous phase. And what this means is you've got mostly the same moveset. Oh well, there's a phase transition first because of course there is, where he goes up in the sky and you have to perfect guard 4 little shots. The first set are fast. They go dink 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 dink, and then you have to dodge. The next set are about the same speed, just a hair slower. So it's like dink 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 dink, and then you have to perfect dodge a big one again, and then you have to parry 4 more. And these are slow. They are dink, 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 long delay, dink. And then you have to perfect dodge 2 projectiles. He ain't gonna let me bonk.
He's trying to sleep. That's what
Oh.
you're keeping him up. If he saw you, he probably won't go to sleep now.
No, that's okay. He is there to be bonked. That was a 425 on that bonk.
Wait, how did I get jumping damage?
Good question. Gonna let you do the full mount, or you want me to just pop a wound and take him down?
I might as well finish the mount.
He has like 80 wounds on him. Just find something and focus attack it. His whole body is red. Poor guy.
Good old Chatacabra.
So after this, much like the first two phases, phase 4 is just an enhanced version of phase 2, with the attacks coming out way faster, way stronger. They hit harder. They now all do chaos buildup, and Brink Guarding is absolutely necessary if you want any punish window. and capitalizing on those punish windows and maximizing your damage output is going to be a top priority. It will probably not take you as long to get through phase 4 as it did to get through phase 3 because the move set is the most similar between any two phases of this fight. And then you deplete that health bar and you're like, "Oh, I got it." You ain't got it. There's a third health bar.
And it's weird and purple.
Yeah. So I
And it
looked
fills up with red stuff when you deplete it, and I don't know why.
I found an affects your life source, a non-affects your life,
Extra life.
sorry, a non-affects
Oh,
your life source that told me what the fuck that was after I did it. Apparently, the point of that phase is you have to guard break him by depleting his stamina completely and do the big punish attack the game lets you do if you break an enemy's stamina, and you got to do 3 of those to end that phase. So,
right.
and uh, this while his stamina bar is the same durability as it is normally, so it's effectively another health bar. He attacks so relentlessly in that phase and has so many attacks you can counter, which is by pressing the counter attack button, uh, which is guard plus circle by default. You will at the right timing, right when the attack hits you, you'll smack him in the face and do a ton of stamina damage and put him in a stagger window. And he does a ton of those in that phase. It only took me a few attempts to figure it out because even though his attacks are varied and different from phase 3 and 4, he still has the same body type, so his swings are still readable after you memorize phase 3. And his attacks come out so fast it doesn't matter if there's a delay. You're at worst you're just going to block it. Now this can lead to building up to some really bad status effects that are going to get you because every hit does chaos still. But figuring out the moveset for that phase is not the worst in the world, and is mostly just a victory lap just and final exam to show you really got this guy's moveset on lock and you deserve to beat this boss. So by that point, you should get him. And he was a ton of fun. I loved fighting that boss. I thought he was a perfect final boss, and how all these games should go out when they're designing their final bosses. I don't want to know what the design team meetings were like for designing this guy, and because they probably had 20 people in the room throwing ideas in the hat and then just picking the hat up and looking inside and going, "Yeah, all that'll work." Not even bothering to draw any because he's just over designed in the best way possible. If you like this type of thing, you're going to love fighting Ozma. He's a great send off to the game, and there are plenty of other bosses in the game that come close. When you go back and fight them, they will not seem anywhere near as tough because if you replay the missions, because you will have memorized their moveset, and once you get a moveset down, it sticks with you. It's not going anywhere. So it's got the Sekiro issue where replays are probably not going to be as fun. You'll have to give it quite a lot of time before you replay it, and give yourself enough time to forget the moves the bosses do. Which is unfortunate, but just is kind of the nature of the beast. In a game that asks you to learn a boss that thoroughly, once you learn it, you really learn it. But I love these. I love when new ones come out that force me to do this. It's a ton of fun. I heartily recommend Kezan. There's a few minor little pieces of jank with the gearing system, but the level design could be a bit more interesting. But overall, it's fun the whole way through with boss fight highlights that are worth the price of admission by themselves, and the rest of the game is perfectly enjoyable as well. Did not expect to give this one a full-throated recommendation, but when I first bought it, but here you go.
Because DFO.
Yeah. Game I played in high school on a botched localized version that functionally had no story, so I had no clue what the heck was going on. So yeah, that's Kazan. Since you actually saw me do the final bosses, or the final boss, I don't know how much of that translates to a layperson just watching it, and all that went into learning that particular boss fight.
Not much of it. Like I didn't have any kind of grounding in what the core mechanics were for dodging and countering and blocking in that. So I really couldn't tell just by looking what you were even attempting to do.
Yeah, it's about a 7 frame window for a perfect dodge and a 5 frame window for a perfect block. So not Street Fighter levels of unforgiving on links, but you're looking somewhere around Devil May Cry 5 Royal Guards to get it off. Not Devil May Cry 4 2 frame Royal Guards for the perfect ones, but 5 frames is usually generous enough that as long as you've got the rhythm, you'll get the block. But it's not so lenient that you don't have to watch the tells and time your block during the animation itself. So I feel like it's difficult but fair in terms of what it's asking you to do with the parry system. But it does necessitate practice on learning the movesets. Like you probably noticed that every time he swung his wings in the first few attempts in phase 3, I would just get hit by at least 2 of the swings because I did not have the rhythm down. But as soon as I got the rhythm down, I didn't need exact timing because even if I blocked by accident instead of perfect blocking some of the swipes throughout the rest of them, I could adjust my timing on future uses the move number 1. And number 2, as long as I got the last hit right, I would get the stagger window. So as long as I didn't lose my cool with it, I was mostly trying to stay focused on learning the rhythm. I could get that last hit and get the punish window there. But there's a lot that goes on into learning those boss fights and being able to do them like that, or do them at all. So, but I really enjoy the process. I don't think you would enjoy this process. There's
It doesn't really hold any appeal to me to even attempt to try it.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't think I would feel accomplished having done it. I think I would just feel relieved at best.
yeah. I love the feeling of drilling the boss's move set into my fingers and having and parsing out instinctively the right responses without having to dig into any kind of text or numbers, and just mechanically learning it by beating my head into it over and over again. I find that just super fun. And I am in the minority on this apparently. I did get the Chivo for not using a single summon throughout the whole game, so you know I'm not a fraud in this game.
Well, I mean, you said that the summon was practically trivial anyway.
I found an upgrade system for it. It's a pretty in-depth upgrade system for it, for using the asynchronous multiplayer to fight other people's ghosts. So if you really need it, you can do that.
If you want to play Pokemon for some reason.
I guess so. But yeah, they give you the option. They do give you an easy mode if you really. I don't know why you would buy this game if you're going to play it on easy mode. The way these boss fights are designed are all like Ozma, even if they're not as long or as big. Some of them are quite big and get close, especially when you first get to them and are still getting the full handle on the mechanics of your weapon and the game itself. But I genuinely don't know why you would play a game like this on easy mode. It clearly is aiming for people like me that have a thing we like about this style of game, and they're going to sell that to you and focus just on you. Coming to this game and playing it on easy mode just to bop it, I don't see the appeal. There's not any kind of collectability going on. There's like one uh, little jarling, they call him, little green dude, tiny green midget spirit thing that hides inside of a random jar in the level that you need to find, and little red stones you can break throughout the level, and it tracks it from the point you have the mission unlocked on the menu screen, so you can see your progress and easily collect them all. The level design is not the main focus, so and there's no platforming to speak of. There's no jump button, so they do try a little bit in one level.
What if you're a hardcore DFO fan, though?
I still don't know why you would scoop it unless Ozma is just that key to the DFO lore these days, and you're just really invested. But yeah, even then I don't see it. The highlight of this game is figuring out ways to conserve your resources going through the level. Make sure you're thoroughly exploring, like is standard for these, and learning how to efficiently deal with all the trash mobs and their attack patterns as you go, and then getting to the boss and beating your head into it over and over again until you've drilled its attack patterns into your head. Like that is the experience. If you play on easy mode, all that stuff with the combat and having to sit down and engage with an in-depth combat system with massive skill trees that are very customizable, and pick your weapon and either choose to be a weapon specialist, or maybe you could be a generalist and hot swap between weapons, respecing every time. All that kind of decision making doesn't matter if you play a game like this on easy mode. So I guess I kind of wish they hadn't put it there, and just because the people that would play this game on easy mode are not going to enjoy this game.
Well, the thing is, even though it's not my type of game, if I decided I was going to sit down and play it, I wouldn't play it on easy. What would be the point?
Yeah,
You just have to play it again.
there's easy and normal. That's it for your difficulty options. They don't make any kind of humming and hawing about.
I guess it's probably because they needed games reviewers to review it.
It's possible that they might have just thought this game is just targeted at such a niche audience. If we want the YouTubers and the game journalists to be able to actually talk about the game, we have to give them an out.
We have to not publicly humiliate them.
Yeah,
Make sure they select the difficulty before they start the stream.
yeah. Not that it seems to have helped. I found mine through a guy that does mostly Souls content.
Well, I mean, DFO, you're pushing a rock uphill already.
Yeah. So yeah, they're trying to expand the brand. Fighting game came out about a year or so ago, 2 years ago, and Kezan came out now as a Souls-like, and they got some other projects in the works. They're trying to build that thing into an IP. Remains to be seen how successful they will be, because DFO is an old game now. Like it's barely higher tier than like old school RuneScape in terms of its art style, and it's being carried by its anime looks on after that. So if any of that sounds appealing to you, it gets a full throated recommendation. If difficult content is something you are always jonesing for in an action game, and you want a game that's going to force you to sit down and engage with and learn the bosses and drill that response to all their moves into your fingers, yeah, just like Liza P, this game's great for that. From what I can tell, there isn't anything busted. I was doing the best thing I could possibly see with the spear when you saw me playing, and my full combo when I got the extended staggers in phase 1 did like what, 12% of his health if I dumped the entire stamina bar with a full punish.
That's a bit. I think you're being a bit generous there.
Yeah, it
It wasn't very much.
yeah, no. It really wants you to sit down and engage with the bosses. Yeah, and I looked at a few other kill videos of that boss thinking, man, maybe Spear's just really underpowered or something. No. They're all having this doing that level of damage to him. Ozma just has a truckload of HP. So if this is gonna appeal to you. So just
I know other people who would totally be into this type of thing, but I'm not one of those people.
and yeah, but if you the listener happens to be one, it definitely gets a recommendation. It'll probably even go on sale before a bunch of the other ones that have got my recommendation, because it's a DFO game.
And
Oh
it also was not really a commercial success.
yeah, which I do not know how many concurrent players or stuff this game's had. I have not looked it up.
Are there like, I don't know, like autistic Souls-like Reddits where they will be discussing this, just not in the general public?
Not that I go to or am aware of, but I don't exactly delve into the Souls community outside of a few YouTubers that I follow. But if you like content like this and from the subgenre, about the best guy I can recommend to find more of it, and sometimes discover games like Kazan or Another Crab's Treasure and stuff, is just go follow the dude I mentioned before, Iron Pineapple. his Steam dumpster diving series. You can find some nice gems in there if you're just looking for more of these. And occasionally he comes up with one that's pretty good and will entertain you for the money that you spend on it. And this was definitely one of his better recommendations that he stumbled across on that series. So so yeah, that's Kazan. I do not see myself
Well,
replaying it anytime soon because all the bosses are still in my head, and the fun comes from learning the boss movesets. Maybe after I've forgotten all the moves, I'll want to go back and boot it and just give it a shot.
all-time peak 32.9k, 24-hour peak 8.8k, right now 5.1k. It looks like the player base has leveled off.
Yeah, and it'll see a
The
sharp drop soon, I imagine, once people beat the game. Because New Game Plus in these games can be fun, but it depends on how much the game emphasizes drilling the moveset of the boss into you. And unfortunately, while the first play experience of a boss that makes you learn its moveset I find to be incredibly fun and a great experience worth the money, it does sap the replay value. You just gotta wait till you forget. So the player numbers I imagine are going to fall right off a cliff as soon as people finish the game. Unless they really want to go farm Ozma's set just to see how ridiculous that bonus list of skills it gives you is. Then people are also crazy. I don't think
Well,
12.
I'm sure there's going to be at least one person out there who just decides to make this their thing, and they play the game obsessively for hundreds and hundreds of hours.
Oh, I'm sure. There's always one autist. It definitely has that kind of stick to it. But yeah, that is Kazan. And Vol finally got to see me do a boss fight start to finish. Pretty much. Well, Skip missed me learning the first phase and
I,
most of the second
I
phase.
watched I watched Moog.
Oh, that's right. You did watch me learn Moog. But that's the type of experience I'm always looking for, and it's getting rarer and rarer, even within the subgenre, to find games that are willing to commit. And I hope we get more. If the subgenre is going to continue to exist as it is,
Well, it's one of those care about the art things, right? Like you can go one of two ways. Either you can go for mass appeal, or you can just commit to the bit and be that thing.
yeah, like there's a market for this. It just is not the general market at all. Because if I
The thing is that the general market gets tired of things. It doesn't take that long either. So if you go for the general market thing, I think that if they had gone for the general market thing, it would have fallen flat on its face. I think it's doing better for being niche than it would be if it tried to appeal to the general crowds in a field of competitors.
yeah, genuinely, because it looks so good when I saw it and saw it being demoed on YouTube. I was like, man, and look at that perfect garbage cake. That looks clean as crap and fun to do. And picked up the game on after refunding another game that I bought. Was like, oh wow, this is really good. It totally jumped my radar because they committed to the bit, and it looked like stuff hit hard and like, yeah, that's up my alley. Because you're committing to the bit, I will buy your game at full price. Whereas you would have not have got me if you'd taken the halfway approach and aimed for the general market at all. And I just don't think there is much of a general market. You can see the player fall off point at the breakpoints if you go through the global achievements list. Like, let's see, 10% of the
Who do you
player.
think?
Oh, what's
Who do
up?
you think throughout the length and breadth of the game, now that you've seen it the whole way through, who do you think is the filter of filters?
The filter of filters. There's a bunch of spikes, but
Like, who do you think is going to be the boss that the people who think of them as Souls players are going to hit and then realize that maybe they aren't Soulsing that hard after all?
so there's two bosses that are back to back, as in one level apart from each other. that I think could just block people. I think most people will get past the Yeti. The first boss isn't going to stop anybody once they get a handle on the basic controls of the game. Um, the second boss will take a bit of doing. He'll filter the games journalists, but he's not going to filter the people that have actually played video games before. The next boss might get a few of them, but I think the ultimate filter is going to be Volbino, the dude with the hammer and the spike, because he demands. He's the first boss that introduces delays and mandates an alternating dodge and blocks. You can't just do one or the other. You have to use both at appropriate times, and has environmental effects where he changes the field. So you have to avoid parts of it or move to an entire other level of the field when he clicks his spike and stabs into the ground, lights it on fire. And while still perfect dodging the hammer strikes on it while you're going towards the ladder with perfect timing, because a late dodge won't count. I think Volbino will probably get it unless he has like some way with. I think I used dual blades on him. Unless the greatsword is like the most popular weapon and just chain staggers him or something, that boss will be a hard filter. If not him, and the statistics appear to be showing this out, and that a whole third of the players playing the game drop the game at Volbino. And then the next one is going to be boss 7. What the fudge was your name? Malaka. Yeah. We dropped down to 45% there. That boss is the mid boss of the game, and him and the boss that follows, Elaine, are going to absolutely catch any of the remaining posers that somehow made it past Volbino. There are a few levels out, but I think you got like a spider boss and one other boss in between. But one of them's a human boss, so there are ways to abuse that now. Now that I did not know at the time, but you can abuse him pretty hard if you know what you're doing, or just experiment with some moves that I didn't use.
But because the ever-present eye could tell that you were talking about it, I did get a few people showing up on my social media feed talking about the game, and I think the one that I remember offhand was somebody complaining about getting beaten into the ground by, like, it looked like just some lady with a sword and shield or something.
Oh, that's Elaine. That's one of the two. That's the one that follows immediately after the mid boss. Yeah, Elaine is going to take some time for people. By that point, you should already know the game is going to ask you to sit down and learn the bosses. But she has a shield, so if you press offense from the wrong angle, as in you hit her from the front, uh, and you don't time dodges appropriately to get to her side before you press offense, you're just going to smack her shield, and every time you smack her shield, it glows brighter and brighter. And the brighter it glows when she finally goes on offense, the bigger her lightning damage buff is going to be, and the more attacks with lightning infusion she'll have when she starts going on offense. And every single hit will do lightning buildup, and lightning status debuff is rough because it will randomly interrupt your combos by causing your character to flinch, and it will, every time that happens, you will lose a tiny amount of stamina, and your stamina regeneration rate will reset. So getting inflicted with lightning is almost a death sentence. You can live through it. I did it a few attempts, but you're fighting an uphill battle if that happens. Yeah, Elaine is not the hardest boss in the game. She is a human enemy, which means she's susceptible to staggering, and was actually the boss I figured out how to really abuse staggers on human enemies, because she does have a giant chunk of HP. She only has 1 HP bar though, and only 2 phases. So she's not a very long fight, but she does have a whole lot of quirks to her moveset. and she is very fast. So she can she could take people out, and she's one of the two mid game bosses that will absolutely catch anybody left over that somehow made it past the moose. But if you made it to a lane at that point, you really would only drop the game if it's not clicking with you, which I don't really see given the game has enough options that are on its face present for you to experiment with that something will probably fit your playstyle because they have the combo oriented, the fast dodge type moveset and the heavy big slow heavy weapon moveset. So one of those is going to click at least a little bit, I would think, with most people. But maybe you just decided that you're really not in for this right now. Elaine and the other mid boss, whose name I keep forgetting, he changes it in the middle of the fight. Malika will probably be the deciding point there. Everyone else, after that point, you're in for the long haul. You clearly like the game if you were able to beat those two. Yeah, there's a sharp drop off after those two down to below 40%. And it's just a steady curve after that, which just seems to be a factor of the time people have had to put into the game. That people play it at different rates. But once if you got past that point, I imagine you're probably going to make it to the end. But yeah, the moose is definitely going to be the filter, I think. Unless there's some way to just chain stagger that boss I don't know about, he's gonna absolutely wreck face. That stupid moose. So, good vidya. Also, the game is finished at launch. I had one crash that I think was VR stuff's fault from the game that I refunded. Because it was I think some setting I flipped when I tried to get Behemoth to work had caused Kezan to hook into the VR for some reason, and it I think that was its fault for the crash because the VR stuff kept popping up, and it did not do this after it. So I was like, okay, that's fine. That was the only crash I experienced, and every time you rest at a bonfire, the game saves the game. So functionally no progress was lost, and it never happened again. And I marathon the game, so it's clearly not a minute for some days. So it's clearly not a memory leak issue. It was just a weird, quirky crash that could be anything. Could be my PC. And I have not seen any reports of crashes or regular problems with the game from anybody. There does not appear to be any major bugs that I encountered, other than for some reason the game grabbing the VR hook in Steam and saying I'm in VR whenever I'm playing it. But yeah, so it's a finished product, start to end. The story is straightforward, evil, but it is a prequel, so there's context here I'm missing from DFO. Ozma exists still in DFO, and Kazan is the first one of many berserkers that will follow after him. So it's a prequel, mini, probably hundreds of years before DFO starts. But yeah, I don't have any major problems with the game. It's a finished game, and it knows what it wants to be and targets the audience that it's going for to make a good experience for them. I cannot give a better review for a game. It's not even worth complaining about any little niggles I could really grind my brain to find. And furthermore, for free, and very quickly, 2 weeks after launch, so in the middle of while I was playing, the developer put out a patch for the game that did not have very many bug fixes in it because there were not very many to fix. Mostly just compatibility issues and optimizations, and a crap load of quality of life UI improvements that just were stuff you would you could see missing in testing, but as more people than just your testers got their hands on it, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Stuff like when I pause the game, I want to be able to see my collectible status instead of having to go back to a checkpoint to see how many collectibles I still have left in the level. To stuff like, oh, I'd like to be able to organize the blacksmith's crafting recipes by ones that don't have a weapon and which ones are associated with each weapon type. If I want to focus on a particular weapon, stuff that makes sense and you could have just overlooked or not thought about, but would be nice to have that you didn't know you needed until they did it. And there's junk like this they did to improve the UI all over the place. Just a much cleaner experience in general. I do not think they nerfed or buffed any bosses. Oh, they did nerf the dragon a little bit because he had one move that was technically unreactable if he did it. As in, it was less than 12 frames startup, which means it's functionally human unreactable. If he just decided to do it out of nowhere. So they added more wind up to it. Like, I think they added like 6 frames to it. But other than that, that's all I got for Kazan. Anything to comment on that? And after that, I'm done with my week. We can jump into whatever news we can think of and get out of here.
Well, I don't think I have anything else to say about that. It's certainly not my area of expertise. But yeah, I don't think we've got any news either. Like, I don't know what you want to talk about. So I don't know. I did not see anything that I really thought was news.
Yeah, we said we wanted to save the Oblivion stuff for when Fern gets back because he's played it, or he's the most one of us that would be most interested in the Oblivion remake, and I have words to say about Oblivion that would be better served with somebody that actually has played the game. So we're saving the Oblivion talk for when we next have Fern. Hopefully, the game will still have a little bit of relevance by then when we get to talk about that. And everything else just kind of went under the radar because I've been either working or trying to progress through Kazan. And a little bit of Fatal Fury.
I don't think there's really anything much on the horizon games wise that I'm eagerly anticipating either. I'm pretty much at my limit with Hoyo games and Monhun. I mean, Raydow's coming out end of the month.
Yeah. Hoping.
No knowing what that'll be like, because I mean the whole arch-tempered system has really run the gamut over the course of World, where, like, on one hand you've got fights where they increased the difficulty level really massively and added a whole bunch of nasty little tricks like arch-tempered Velcana, arch-tempered Nergigante, those ones, and then you've got other ones like arch-tempered Kushala Daora, who they made Kushala spend more time in the air than before.
Yeah, the Kushala that never comes down.
Yeah, it just floats in the air and wastes your time.
I if they never bring that stupid Elder Dragon back, I will be so happy. I hate fighting that dragon. All the other Elder
Well,
Dragons.
regular Kushala is not too bad. Rusted Kushala is not too bad, but arch-tempered Kushala is unacceptable
Yeah.
because all it does is hover in the air.
Just
I mean,
there's
if you look at permanently for predominantly flying enemies in wilds, like if you look at Hirabami, they were very careful to make sure you've always got a target, even if it wants to sit in the air.
yeah, that's definitely a good way to go. Because like I mentioned when I was talking about the fight with Ozma, in phase 1 and phase 2, a big part of why I don't care about having to do that super long 2 phases again is because you can learn ways to put offensive pressure on the boss and find new ways to create openings to make that phase more fun and faster, even though I'm just doing the same phase over again. But with Kushala, I don't know if there's a melee weapon that can reach him. He's like just always up there. It's like, and his wind will knock away projectiles too, won't it? Unless you have the armor skill.
Generally, yeah, he's basically invulnerable to range until you can de-wind him.
So you're just sitting there, maybe chucking poison daggers, hoping for the best. And even if you poison him, sometimes he still wouldn't come down.
Yeah.
Like,
That flash bomb immunity was something else. My goodness.
yeah, just sitting there staring up at the guy like, all right, it's your turn. I got it.
The thing is, that he wasn't the first one either. Like the first one was Kieran, and other than the fact that Kieran could one shot you, most of the time Kieran didn't really amount to very much. Actually, Kieran it's just like, oh well, you need to avoid the one shot. You need to stack your lightning resist because otherwise you will die. End of story.
Yeah,
And after that, that's basically it. He's just another Kieran.
yeah.
But
He's all the mechanics
it
that
was
were merely dangerous before are now lethal. That feels appropriate, but at the same time, there's more
it
room
was
to
still the
make it.
same fight.
Yeah,
It was still
there's
the
more
same
room
fight.
to do stuff there.
I suppose the weirdest one was probably Zora Magdaros.
I don't remember that one.
It was the siege fight with the
No, I don't remember the Arch
with
Tempered
the
version.
the arch tempered version was like I feel like the arch tempered version was a prototype for an idea that they hadn't totally fleshed out yet, but it was certainly interesting because it didn't necessarily require you to use a team, but it was much easier with a team. But it required you to, like, you could not just delay Nergigante until Nergigante left. You actually had to fight him off, and you had to, you had a very sort of tight window to do things in, like you know how you had to break various parts and
Yeah,
so on. So part breaker is advantageous, but if you go with part breaker, the part breaker is not going to help you deplete Nergigante's health fast enough to drive him off. You need to be super mobile so that you can go and use the siege weapons and the Dragonator and stuff. And basically, you need to have a very, very good sense for the whole fight, the broader strategy, what you should be doing with your time and when. And it definitely diverges into a multiple people doing multiple roles thing if you play in a group. Like, it was interesting. It was not necessarily polished because it was clearly their first attempt at doing something like that, but it was interesting.
yeah. I didn't mind the Zora Magdaros fight. I know a lot of people hated it online, but I didn't ever mind the base fight. I do not, for the life of me, remember the art and
The
how hard or not hard it was.
And then the Arch Tempered Teostra was sort of like it was not quite as bad as Kieran, but it was very, very similar. But that did make the fight a lot harder because I don't know how much Teostra you farmed. You farmed quite a bit of Teostra, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
But in the base version, you could basically sit next to his cheek and wail on him most of the time because he was really bad at directly attacking immediately in front of his face, and they gave him the ability to just boom in front of him in the Arch Tempered version. So there was no like Cerno strategy where there's just this safe place you can sit.
Yeah, covers the biggest weak spot,
Yeah.
biggest blind spot.
But yeah, I think that the sort of fight that you would be looking for probably would be like Arch Tempered Velcana, where Arch Tempered Velcana was just they cranked the speed up by like 300% and gave it a double the size moveset sort of thing.
Yeah,
And Velcana was just an absolute berserker. I don't think I ever fought Archie with Velcana myself, but I've seen footage of it, and she is just bonkers. Like moves twice as fast as any monster you've ever seen in Monster Hunter. Constantly, flailing about, incredibly precise, incredibly vicious. The only thing that really comes close to it is Primeval Melzano from Rise. But even that version of Melzano is very much more measured than the bonkers Arch-tempered Velcana.
yeah. So I hope they do some stuff with Ray Dow. I'm really curious to see how they make the wound resistance on Arch Tempers be and how strong that is. I'm curious to see if they'll do anything with the free counter windows because Ray Dow has a lot of free counter windows
Well,
if you
you
shoot somebody
say free
else.
counter windows, but even in the tiny little snapshots that we've seen of Ray Dow, he seems to have the ability to spray lightning. It's not a matter of sidestepping it and being out of the way.
Yeah, he could
But
add tricks to it.
you're going to have to be very carefully set up if you want to take advantage of that counter window because he seems to be able to sort of chain lightning people.
Yeah, that's good because right now, current rate out, if you're especially if you're in multiplayer and he is locked onto the other person and you're right there in melee range, every time he fires a lightning bolt at them, it's a free counter, and he loves to do it back to back, even after you
Yeah, well,
counter.
it's because he's one of only a handful of monsters that have a point A to point B attack.
Hmm.
Like he has a hit scan weapon where everybody else has a fireball, so you can stand next to it and be totally unaffected.
Hmm. So
Like, there weren't that many attacks like that in say World and Rise, but Wilds is lousy with them. Lots of like Mizutsune beam, the radar beam, the Gravios beam, lots of beam weapons that just go in a straight line.
yeah, so we'll see with him. I'll probably save him for the show. And not yeah, I'll definitely save him for the show. So we can uh do him at the same time together, so that the experience is more genuine there. I think instead of
I don't mind saving him. I don't mind saving him. I mean, I think he's coming out on like Tuesday my time or Wednesday my time, something like that.
yeah,
Not sure though. Can't remember.
I'm expecting to be busy next week. So the
And
first
my
half.
next week it's likely to be a mess too because we had two public holidays back to back. We had Easter and then we had Anzac weekend immediately following. So lots of customers just shut down rather than have to pay their staff to come in for 3 days or whatever, meaning that everybody's going to be firing back up and doing revalidation and trying to get caught up on their production to try and close out the month strong because it's been a really bad month for business.
Ours was looking rough for the start of the month, and then the last week and the beginning of this week happened, where I think I sent out something like 22 substantive, uh, like full typed out emails with attachments and quotes and submittal data on Monday. It was Monday or Tuesday. One of those 2 days was the monster day this week, and the until the end of Wednesday, it was really really rough. But after that, it like just ground to a halt again, and I was back to uh, regular workflow or just a little bit under regular workflow. And I was like, that was really weird. How it just the brakes got put on immediately. And I've got
Yeah, on
idiots
the
dealing with for some jobs.
on the upside, I don't have much audit stuff to take care of, which is what I was really concerned about this coming week. But because the audit went quite well, there's likely to be very little additional work piled on. But it is the end of the month, and the end of the month means everybody's going to run around with their hair on fire trying to get their sort of end of the month reconciliations done. So, I'll be doing stock taking and things like that, things that I hate that have nothing to do with science.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think we should get out of here because we're already running long. All
All
right.
right.
All right, folks. We will see y'all next week, hopefully with a fern and a lot less rambly. Sayonara.